Tearing a tree out of the ground and using it as a stake. Yeah. Awesome.
Oh,
Gig's having troubles today, it seems.
yeah. Fuck, everyone is in the wrong position until Gigs is coming back. It's only gonna be a few seconds anyway. Yeah, hello everyone! Welcome in. Episode...
Are we live?
Yeah, we've popped on live. Oh, there it is.
I am Boogie.
Good warning.
I am super strong.
I'm not worthless anymore, I guess.
Okay. Boogie be back. We'll be live. Episode 23 of Godsbreak. Jeez, guys. It's insane.
Guys, we're over 70 hours into this.
Fuck, dude.
That's... when you calculate the time, that makes it so wild.
It's...
What?
It's insane, man.
Dude, I wonder how long some of my other D&D campaigns have gone on.
Dude, I don't want to even know. And it's gonna get worse because, for one, we have the bard over there in the corner who is starting up his own little campaign on Mondays. Everyone should go and give him a little check. He's made the mistake of letting me be a player, and I found out the glory that is Wall of Water plus any ice spell ever.
Well, you could
just have a flamethrower start coming out.
Whip out the flamethrower.
Like, it's a super cool thing. but
Which
flamethrowers are
everybody
really
has.
in your plans.
Yeah, that and also napalm exists.
Yeah, but
It's
here's
a
the
non-magical substance.
thing. Yeah, here's the thing, though, right?
Brothers,
I still have-
Commonwealth.
I still have lightning bolt, which sets flammable things on fire. So I could still strike your fuel canisters with lightning
That I
and
can't
blow
wait to
them
see
up.
being used.
Actually, hold on, Mort. Can I actually you?
No,
You cannot
no, you're not
set
allowed
objects
to.
or weapons on people's persons on fire. As per the rules for the purposes of balancing, so if they have a napalm tank on their person, you cannot. If it's off to the side, you can, but not when it's on them.
I will fucking cryo fireball you into the next generation.
I would argue that rule in the game, but doesn't matter. Wrong game, guys. We get the gods here.
Yeah, we got gods here.
Buggy
that's
has
gotta-
ascended.
Yeah, I've
yeah,
given my
level up.
players
Great
another
joke.
level up, and oh
Level up.
boy,
What level are we?
we are level 10.
Level 10.
Oh, good, I did it then. When I was probably drinking a lot of wine.
Yeah, I'm not giving you 2 levels. Ah,
I'm just making sure.
yeah, no worries, no worries.
Right, that's the thing I should add to the list, because everyone else keeps forgetting.
Oh no.
What?
Sin still doesn't know what she can do.
Lydia still hasn't told her like he was supposed to.
Like 3 times already.
3 times I've been told to tell her. Whoops.
Dude, you've
Wait,
got
what-
your rest, so you can tell her. But yeah, on the left, as always, we've got the bard, who is amazing, as always. And I've already said, he's got a game coming for Mondays. When's it starting? Next week?
Next Monday.
Next Monday. You guys better come and check
So
us out.
hype.
It's gonna be a blast. And then we have
It'll be
the
something.
amazing Sin, who I have totally got the art links prepped here for already.
Nice.
Here they are. There we go. Some Deviant, some
Still waiting
Tumblr.
to see.
She's got Twitter as well, I think. I don't have that last link. I keep forgetting to grab that one too.
1 second.
Still waiting to see what she did for an overlay.
Yeah. Nah, our amazing little artist is hard at work getting us some fantastic art done. Do I have that art for display? Let's switch to the talking screen. I do. I don't have anything nice and fancy. This is just like a quick little pop in.
Giga's having a terrible time today.
Yeah, that's not surprising. This is still my favorite by far, dude.
I love that.
I like the one in the red shirt.
Definitely winning.
Yeah, you're totally winning, buddy. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see the Giga is having a real rough time. Let me just add this here into this list. Hello. Hello, kitty! Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic evening.
Hi, kitty.
We
Aw,
might go
yeah,
to
she
Kittyland
might.
today.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, we need to add that to the.
Yes. Please do not delete her links this time. I would much appreciate that. Who is next? We have Kick as well. Kick, buddy, pal. Who be you, and what you be up to, my dude? Aside from just nomming on something, I hope it's something good.
It's chocolate ice cream.
Oh fuck! Now I'm jealous too.
It has vanilla and like 3 different shades of chocolate.
Oh, fuck you! I'm gonna give you a lightning strike for that.
Okay.
You're not sharing with me. yes, give.
No.
Wow. It's okay. I'll see how it is.
I'll make you some homemade chocolate ice cream.
Please no. I just changed.
I'm poor Badger and I occasionally flirt with the GM.
Yeah.
I also play Kick.
I mean, we've been getting a bit more flirty more and more, dude. You're starting to get me a bit worried here. Hey, we have a boogie back.
Hey, where were we?
I changed my
boogie back,
overlay.
boogie back, boogie
I know
back.
you guys will love it. I am looking forward to seeing it, kitty. Okay, we have got Lucy
That's what she said?
as well.
What I
Thank
said.
you.
Oh boy. We have got the horny Lucy.
Oh, hi, that's me. Yes,
How dare you introduce her like that? She's a lady.
I'm a horny lady.
You say that like those two things are mutually
Yeah,
exclusive.
dude.
No, but she deserves a little respect and being, hi, she's horny. There you go.
Have you seen the themes?
I mean, he's not wrong. Yeah,
Yes, but you don't have to say it.
I like Mort doing the introductions. I want Mort to finish my introduction too.
No. You've got your chance here.
You started.
No.
Or you dug this hole, build a bridge, and get out of it.
Dude, I'd rather just dig a tunnel to get out.
Oh.
But no. I've given you your starter. Come on.
I'm Lucy, otherwise known as Sarah in the fake world, and yeah, that's me. I am dwarf. I am artificer. I like strawberries. And I'm
Strawberries are
horny.
delicious.
Yeah, they'd be nice. So I'm curious here. When you say fake world, is it like whenever Lucy goes to sleep, she wakes up as Sarah and she has to deal with a boring day to day?
Yes, I like that. Just like anytime I'm not playing D&D. That's
You are your character's dream.
Is this
yeah, all of
Triamar's
my characters
punishment?
collectively.
Is this Triamar's punishment for poking her in the wrong timeline?
Yes,
Oh no.
that bitch. Again.
You'll see it tomorrow if you'll be there. Also, new sub badges and bit badges. Nice! I had to get rid of the sub drawings that didn't fit anymore. Aww! I'm kind of still Twitch for a couple more days. Book out on the first. But is it actually going to be out on the first, or do you have more technical difficulties?
No. The official its available date is the 1st. There's nothing I can do to change that. It's 100% available by the 1st.
All right.
The manuscript has to be delivered in 3 days.
Okay.
I really shouldn't even be here right now.
Dude, just tell me when the audiobook is done, so that I can just listen to
You're
that.
In the audiobook. You'll know when the audiobook is done.
I'm gonna be in it. Okay, let's go. I called janitor in the beginning, going, "Yep, it's me, Scruffy." Right.
Radio play won't be out for a couple more months, though. That's going to take time and work.
Okay.
Also, Sig, I sent you a message from one artificer to another. Science wizard. I need tech
Science
support for my
clerics.
character.
Artificials are basically science clerics.
I mean, that's fair.
Good.
And if you think that means science healers, oh, you have not seen a cleric cut loose or damage spells.
Oh yeah, I have seen an angry cleric. They are terrifying. Do not piss off the support character.
Literally, actual the nine hells hath no fury like a cleric scorned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally.
I have seen a fucking terrifying cleric build. It is not something you want to mess with. But yeah, speaking of you, Boogie, who are you, bud? What are you up to?
Hi, I am known in the meat space as the Giga Hood, or at least on the internets.
The meat
Um,
space.
That's so much better than Fake World.
Well, otherwise, my actual name is hidden, concealed behind the Giga Hood, like a really big hood. Yeah, that's the whole point. Joke explained. I'm playing Boogie, the Strength Monk, half barbarian, half monk. Well, 2 levels barbarian, 8 levels monk. And Boogie has currently ascended.
Yeah, I have made the mistake of getting these people up to level 10, and I am terrified as to what he's got planned.
Deity
I've
Hood
just got
has come
creation,
online.
Motherfuckers.
Hell
I
yeah.
am your god now.
I mean, that kind of hasn't changed, but now you come into the power, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next up, but Barthas, buddy, how you doing, man?
Hello, I am Whip or Whip Hand. In this game I play Barthas, the teleporting tiefling. And while Sig gave you tribute, or tried to give you tribute of Ice Cream, I should give you tribute of Cat.
Kitty!
Oh,
Kitty!
oh, look at her.
She's just enjoying the heat.
Oh, it's
Pat
adorable.
her. Tap her.
The
This
absolute
cat-
outburst of joy that a
Aw.
cat on camera brought this entire group is fantastic.
Don't
Yes.
tap her. If you
I
tap her, though,
nominate-
she'll tap you
Appeased.
back.
I nominate Barth as
You already
inspiration.
tried.
I nominate Barthas for inspiration too.
Yeah, Barthas gets free inspiration for representing the kitty.
I nominate the
Join
cat
me in
for inspiration.
bros.
Oh yeah, I nominate the cat for inspiration, as Sig said.
No, I nominate the cat for advantage for the rest of the game.
True,
know
super
what?
inspiration.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Mort, it has been said.
Yeah, I'll take it. The kitty gets inspiration and advantage for the rest of the game.
Eh,
Okay.
Does that
Roll
mean
your
that when
rolls.
Hazy meows, I get to, like, do anything?
Yes.
Alright, every time she meows, I get advantage on something.
Oh,
Thus
man.
it has been spoken. Thus it
Or
shall
you
be.
can give advantage.
So the wizard
Thing is,
council
I can
has.
piss her off into meowing pretty much
No,
at any
that's
moment,
not-
so just
no,
let me know
that's
when I
cheating.
get advantage.
That's
He just
cheating!
sits there with a stick every time he needs a good roll. Poke.
doesn't count. It's an angry meow.
Exactly.
Has to be a
She
meow of
only
joy.
meows angry
Wait.
meows.
No, you only get it when she gives you one of her rares. Only
Okay.
one of her very talkative ones.
Oh no.
You know,
Alright, fine. That's fair.
Okay. So, now that our little band of adventurers has been introduced, let me just do a little check here on something. Roll 20. Excellent. Which one of you is going to be the ritual sacrifice for the evening?
I've been moving. I cannot think.
I think Sin agreed.
I said I remember most of it.
Yay! I believe in you.
that's better than most of us.
Sin, I think you've been sacrificed.
Mm.
Remember who had your back here when the time comes, Sin.
We're like, we'll murder any vampire that fucks with you, and then when it comes to sacrifice, we're like, you go.
Go first, yeah.
Pushes her into volcano.
I was thinking fire, yeah.
See how quick they want to sacrifice you. Well.
It's a great honor to be sacrificed.
They're very quick
So
to
they
throw you to the
say.
wolves. Well, Vamp Bro just came to check up on you again.
No wolf, just a volcano.
But yeah.
Oh, there he goes.
We lose Gig again.
Am I Boogie again?
Oh,
Nope.
there he's back.
Yeah, wait, who
And
do
then
I get
Noct,
to be?
and then Am.
Let's see. Right, we started off by gathering around Lucy in the Queen's bedroom for some reason. And then going into
Go back in time.
Dreamland. Because the
I like
plan
the way
was to convince the matriarch to just not. And that
Like-
was what the majority of the session was about, as far as I can remember.
I'm like, girl, could you just please, like, not? Thank you. Bye.
Beat up a vampire.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we succeeded.
Boogie
Right?
beat up a.
back and-
I got a Godstone.
Oh yeah, that too.
Did.
Yeah, you also almost fucking completely blinded Bard without his sight.
That happens though, like every other session.
At this point, the bit has been like running a marathon, so you know.
I almost died and came back to life. Another thing that almost happens every other session.
Oh yeah. Because immediately, just to set it up, he transformed into Elidius and talked to Kronok, and that was a bad idea.
Oh.
What are bad ideas if just ideas misguided?
Good ideas.
Hi,
Miss Knight.
Communist Raptor.
Hey, come here, Raptor! Welcome in, my dude!
And I'm pretty
Comrade.
sure that in order for us to recognize an idea as bad, we need to have a good one first at some point. Let me know when that happens.
True.
I mean,
Kick did something very nice. He implanted into the memory, burnt it into the memory of the drow lady,
yes.
a button, or a phrase rather, that reminds her of great pain, which is as close to killing the drow as he can come whilst keeping them as an ally.
That was some Fae
Oh
bullshit.
yeah. Yeah. He just mentioned a box, and she nearly flew the handle.
No, smell the ashes.
It's
Wake
okay.
up, Samurai.
It's okay.
Wake up,
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Freeman. Cupan. Get the MC
Thank you for
aid.
lurking.
Thanks for the look, come here, Raptor!
I
Trying to
hope we
remember
thank
exactly.
people for actively not being here. I'm because that's what I do when I lurk. I just go away.
Yeah, well,
When
as
I
long as the
lurk, I
stream-
listen. I'm just like washing dishes or something.
Same.
Trying to remember exactly what happened. All I remember this though was a scene, and Sin was rolling bad because Bard had all the luck that day. And there were no rolls for Sin.
yeah.
There were no rolls for sin.
To convince the matriarch, no. None of them. But fortunately that turned out in our favor, because apparently we convinced her. Because the second because the second we stepped out of the dream, we were not in a bedroom anymore. We were in the courtyard. And there was like this whole welcoming party or something. I mean, a lot of swords and stuff, but you know.
Welcome! Stabs and stabs them.
It was a drow
Nearly.
welcome.
I
It was a
mean,
drow welcome. It was a very drow welcome. And when we tried to remember what happened, we discovered we would get a headache, so we didn't think about it too hard. Went in, met the matriarch.
Can I say a thing though, quick? If you see something, say nothing and drink to forget.
Bard, isn't that like your whole life's motto?
Hey man,
That's
you didn't
from-
need to call me out like that.
Hey, listen, that's from
Night.
Night Vale. That's from Night Vale. Straight up.
Good series, good series.
See something,
Yeah.
A wolf.
say nothing, and drink to forget.
Met with a matriarch. She seemed amiable? Neutral, I guess. Not too sure yet. But we decided to... I forget what we said. But we went to our rooms for the night. Where we were immediately met by a where Sin was met by a vampire again. And Boogie immediately tried to murder it.
He came
I mean-
to have a friendly chat and Boogie would fucking murder Hobo on him.
Murder hobo? What do you mean?
And
It
he's
hurt his
enter victim
friends.
protection. Witness protection.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Hey,
Bard was there too, and he wanted to Kamehameha it, I think, but he decided against it.
Yeah,
Nearly staked.
No more.
He attempted to stake it with a table leg.
yeah.
I
Boogie
everyone-
threatened to stake it with a tree.
Well, that's why I call
Table
it an
leg
attempt,
that I
because he did.
sharpened and now currently keep on myself at all times, by the way.
Oh yeah. Listen,
Right.
next time a vampire comes, all I'm saying is the only one prepared
We're ready.
is the bard.
I'm just saying, if we see another fucking vampire, I have a whole theory on how to deal with this vampire, but we'll save that for later. How do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it.
Gosh damn it. That or ask a cleric.
I'm just saying, we have options.
Look, Bookie acted against people who hurt his friends. He basically went full Morgan on him, and that's a Dresden reference.
Right. After the vampire was dealt with, everyone
It didn't
went to
die.
bed except for Ted and the bard. Ted went off to find something. He didn't say what, but he came back with a godstone and immediately blinded the bard.
Nearly.
Yeah, I wonder what I was looking for.
The Godstones, I'm
Hey.
assuming. Smile.
Hey. Right, you got that in the astral or something. I don't remember.
He got it.
He got it.
That happened
then
off screen. You don't need to remember.
You don't need to know.
Details.
Details. Bart then sent Barthis with flowers and a note to his mom,
As
Did it
a
love the
gentleman does.
where they learned that, so Bard's whole faction in the Underdark basically rules all the cities except this castle at the moment.
Okay.
For now, they took over everything in the
For now.
siege.
Sorry about
And we
that.
met
I'm back
Bard's
now.
dad. Cities
Did we already bring that up?
It's absolutely great because they were dead 20 minutes before.
Yep. Yeah, I think there's one or two cities that just don't exist anymore. I don't know.
It's
I don't
fine.
remember.
Yeah, Bard
Well,
was
listen,
so
there's
busy.
consequences.
Alliance Town and newer Alliance Town now.
Listen, the thing is, the consequences of our actions concerning the space-time continuum probably have no repercussions whatsoever. We better not just think about it at all. It's
These are great
fine.
Right,
repercussions
that
for
was the
me.
thing. That was the thing. Well, just before we managed to talk to the matriarch, Kronok showed up. And he has daddy issues.
I mean, of course.
Yeah,
Oh,
Talthor?
No, Kronok.
Oh.
No, that's
but
Elidis' daddy
Talthor's-
issues. Daddy issues runs
Yeah.
in the family.
Yeah. I wonder if
Just like the
if,
dads.
I wonder if Talthor has daddy issues too. Just, I wonder if this is just a long chain.
Damn.
Wait, did I miss a really good burn?
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
It was.
Listen, I
Alright,
wonder
I'll
if
have to,
Talthor
I'll
has.
rewatch this. What time is it?
I wonder if Telthor has. Someone clipped that, by the way. I wonder if Telthor has daddy issues too.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Oh, most
like if it's just a
definitely.
long chain of like this deific daddy issue, like abandonment issue chain.
There's currently a huge void in most of the galaxy because of Telthor's daddy issues. Daddy issues
Yes.
run in the family.
Yeah. It's inherited.
It's a featural trait of the bloodline.
It's a common flaw.
Ah, yes. Even when they're good dads, they're bad dads.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. Solve time. Chronok's not happy, with Bard specifically. Matriarch. Don't know yet. No one, well, almost no one likes the vampire. Ted got a godstone, and Bard is planning something.
Aren't they?
He's always planning something.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah, I don't think I clipped it in time, so I'm gonna have to go back and watch that.
I did. I'm working on editing it.
Okay, thank
Nice.
you.
Whip is really good at clipping things.
Yeah,
He's gonna
it's his
edit all
whole
the technical
thing.
shit.
Whips clip.
My whole
Um,
channel is just every worst thing I've ever said clipped by him.
What happened to the bear
And
clip?
quoted.
And quoted just in case
You
we
and
need
your-
physical proof.
You and your
Don't mention the gay frogs,
communist.
I swear to
you and your
God.
communist lost gay frogs. You
Wait.
swear to what god? All the gods that hate you, or
No
Listen.
idea why.
Sarah, you don't need to cut that deep.
Dude, cut that
The
deep.
wound is open.
Dude, I think she's tugging at his bone at that point.
what?
What? Excuse me,
No,
what?
Listen, Lucy, not
I'm gonna
just that
shut up
level.
and roll my drugs over here, but you know what I would be saying.
Damn,
Hey,
that
Sim, good
was
job on the
so-
recap.
Yeah, that's
I'm
really
gonna put
good,
my
Sim.
ice cream away.
Thanks.
Actually,
Sorry,
yes,
Sig,
by
what?
the way.
Okay. So,
Oh, oh, there's the clip. There's the clip.
nice. Okay. So, it's the following morning. Sen, you've had two of the royal guards pretty much staying with you the whole night. And the rest of you, you've all had one other guard that's also been requested to stay the night there with you in your quarters in case there was any other mishaps. Is there anything that you'd all like to try and do?
Yes.
Hmm?
Whilst they were fighting, since I did not participate, I'd like to. Never mind. I realized I don't have any money.
Give me a second, guys. BRB.
Your surface dweller coins are not welcome here.
Well, haha! I don't have any. Haha!
Here's where I would put my money if I had any.
Anyone else?
No. I think Sim does paladin things before bed. That's about it.
Feel like I need a stretch. Do some good old stretches.
Okay. You do
Oh,
your
this guy pretty
stretches. You do your stretches. You're going out and about a bit. As you do, though, you do spot the telltale sign of everything freezing in place.
Fucking great. I can't even do my stretches in peace. Alright. Who's here? I think Froze.
Yeah.
Kronhawk. What now?
He's busy. I've come to apologize. You see Sasha entering the room. Well, entering is interesting, as she just seems to phase through the entire wall and enter in.
I didn't expect you. Hello. Well, you know, no worries. You're just obeying orders. I know what that's like.
Yes, well, things ended a bit smoother than I thought. However, there's something that is concerning. I have been looking around, and the essence that they used prior is missing.
Did Kronov not suck it back up didn't we not talk to him when we were done and he said it was all good and he sucked it up and everything?
She looks you dead in the eye. I know he isn't complete.
Well, none of us are. That's kind of part of the gig.
I don't know why he's lied to you, but it would be a good idea to keep an eye out. I don't know where that piece of him went, and I've been searching everywhere.
When did we lose track of it? When time snapped back into place or afterwards?
When it snapped. Doing something
see.
as extreme as that, it makes it very difficult.
Easy to
keep
misplace.
track. Yes.
All right. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Well, I can imagine it's only a couple of people could be holding on to it, so we'll deal with that.
Good. Now, I have some other duties to get back to. If you need anything, and she sort of reaches out to the side and twists her hand, you see the air itself seems to just be warping and being pulled in until this perfect blue marble appears, and she hands it over.
Damn. Can't do that yet.
One day, if the need arises, I'll be nearby.
Oh, noted. Thank you. I'll be right on it. It's on the list. Top 3.
Very good.
There's an order now. Hold on.
Kind of.
We just reorganized this here.
Zip, zip, zip. Well, I shall take my leave.
When there's an order, it'll be in top 3.
I shall take my leave. And she gives a deep bow before returning through the wall.
Great, another problem. That's exactly what we needed. Can't wait to tell everyone this, as if everyone doesn't hate me enough. I gotta always be the bearer of fucking terrible news.
You're a very useful info horse at times.
Speaking of which, I guess I'm gonna have to drag my ass down the halls to Sin. And Madame?
It's still night. What time is it?
It's late night, early morning. Well, as close to morning as you can get here. Some of the plants are glowing a bit brighter, I guess.
You wait for a minute. I'll be right there. Hold on.
Immediately, one of
Only
the
troubles
guards.
of the universe waited for us.
Immediately, one of the guards goes over to the door and opens it and stands right in front of Bard with a very menacing expression.
Who is it?
The
And my
only
parents
person
called.
who comes to bear you bad news in the middle of the night.
She sort of looks over her shoulder. Should I get rid of this one?
I look at the guard. Move.
It's fine. He can come in. Sin gets up, ruffles her hair, starts tying a ponytail. What is it?
So I got a visit from our friendly neighborhood time dragon.
She's still around?
Ooh. Yes, because unfortunately, that piece of Kronok, his essence, is missing. So either you have it, Lucy has it, or the matriarch has it. I can't smell it in this room right now, so I'm assuming you don't have it. I don't know if Lucy would know what to do with it, so I'm assuming she doesn't have it. Pretty much leaves one option.
Yeah, that seems likely. I think I did tell her to not mess with it, so it's probably in storage. Some
I
kind.
think we have to give it back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I was planning on talking to her anyway.
All right, just keeping you appraised of every problems. I'm sure you got a list somewhere that you're writing this down. Just making sure you know.
I do, actually. She goes over to her backpack.
I told Sasha this would be top 3. I don't know what else is on that list, but just in case she asks, it's top 3 priority.
Yeah, I suppose I can fit that in after Dina, I guess.
Sure. Cool. With you appraised, I'm gonna go back to my midnight stretches. You know, keeps the body limber, and hopefully no more terrible things happen for the rest of the night. You know, a guy can hope.
Just jinxed us.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll come with you.
Yes, please, protection.
Sin puts on
should we?
some of her armor. Not the full getup, just some of it. And like
We could
a
go
weapon.
talk to the matriarch. Just right now. We're the only two she's really gonna listen to, even though she's kind of scared of Kick.
Yeah, but maybe for the wrong reasons? I don't know.
I hope you also kept me out. Oh, sorry.
Kick can be like the op. She doesn't listen to us. Kick gets to go speak to her next. He could say something about flame and brimstone or something. I don't know.
I think it was something about Ash in a box, maybe. We'll have him.
I mean, you know, I'm
Give
a
him
fan
a
of
try.
prophecies and shit, so it sounds cool to me.
What time is it? Isn't it maybe too early?
I mean, we don't really sleep. Time just kind of goes on. It's probably nighttime on the surface of some sort.
Maybe.
I mean, if we catch her unaware, that might even be better. She might not have time to lie. Just straight up lie.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright.
Off we go.
Yep.
Before you go, I'd like to infuse an item, and suddenly the lightning rod, for whatever reason, falls off. I'm at my limit.
A screw comes loose.
Yes, you lose the lightning rod attachment. Also, I'd like to point out how 3 people went into the dream, and yet one of them isn't a suspect. So
Yeah.
I'd like to use a missing piece of chrono to destroy the dream.
Oh, nice try. Nice. Hey, we can make a bargain. I'm always up for a good deal.
Oh. Okay. I'm
The
gonna make
piece
a
of
bargain
Kronok
you
would have
cannot
done something
use.
to you.
Mord, I sent you a message.
Oh, I always love getting messages.
It's not an exciting one, sorry.
Aww.
I just have to do that for a sec.
Yeah, it's going to
Electrical
mess things up,
reasons.
but I can
Okay.
mess around here on my end.
It's gonna take just like a minute and a half. Sorry.
No, it's
Hey.
okay.
Okay.
If you gotta go, you gotta go, bro.
Yeah.
As we're making our way towards a matriarch, I'm gonna, pull one of the irregulars aside because I'm sure there's one of them somewhere hanging around, and I'm gonna very calmly tell him to pass on a message to Barth about what's going on and that he should start looking for the piece on his own.
Okay. Yeah, the irregular just gives a quick nod and scurries off very quickly, entering Barth's room. The guard, a bit sus of this, but doesn't really question it as he's given some identification. Barthos?
Oh, I assumed you were gonna tell him.
No, sorry.
As soon as Barthas hears the message, he touches the ground, tries to feel if he senses anything anywhere on a road, or like that he would be able to sense with his ability.
Can you sense hallways with your ability? Do hallways count as roads? Because I argue that hallways are just enclosed roads.
It's...
Let me see.
Roll me a d20.
I can scan up and down the road or path in real time.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
roll me a d20.
Alright. That's a 12.
As your
Oh, why did it not
reaching
go
down-
through?
No, it's through.
Okay.
I'm
It went
seeing
through.
it.
Okay. Alright.
Yep, it does read here, road, trail, or path, so...
Yeah. As you're reaching down, you're focusing carefully. It's a little disorienting as you're trying to focus on something that's a lot smaller than you're used to. You're more used to these long roads, these paths through forests and stuff like that. So it takes quite a bit of effort for you to be able to visualize the inside of the castle. Some of the areas, as you're seeing it with your Google Maps, is difficult. The walls seem to warp and contort in ways that you know they don't really do. You've been in some of these corridors, and you know this corridor doesn't make a full 90-degree turn there at that angle. But it's tricky. Eventually you do get it all lined up slowly, and you spot that there are multiple hidden entrances to corridors and hallways throughout the entire structure. And a few of them
And I feel the piece inside.
As you're feeling out, you feel chunks of Kronok still here, but that's mostly lingering in areas like the courtyard, the bedroom, places that you know you've seen him physically there, so it would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also you sense a piece in the throne room. You think you sense them in the balconies. Some underground area. It's difficult. The more you try and focus, the more the walls just seems to shift and move around. It's very difficult to try and get into these hidden passages with your sight.
Alright, Barthas starts teleporting to every single place he feels Kronok's essence.
Okay.
He teleports, looks around, sees if it's there. If it's not, he teleports to the next place.
Okay. You teleport onto the balconies. You see some of the guards. They jump a bit and they look at you. Two of them very quickly preparing spells since they don't recognize you. But when
I wave at them and teleport away.
they're very confused and slowly lower their hands. As you port into the throne room, the matriarch is sitting at this massive table. She seems to be going over these stacks of some kind of documents. There's two advisors there with her talking, and it's clear she's having a really hard time staying awake at this point as they're droning on and on and on and on. But you popping into existence does catch their attention. She's, hi? What are you doing here?
Takes a bow. Teleports away. Parthas doesn't do useless conversation.
She looks out to the advisors. Someone see if the anti-magic fields are up. That isn't supposed to happen.
Your defenses are horrible, Leaves.
The problem is
It's worse than this.
she turned them off because you chuckle fucks are here. It's like, yeah, you poof! Turn it back on! The one, though, I want you to do me a d20 again, at a disadvantage.
At a disadvantage. Alright, I'll just roll twice.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, the nice thing is you
well.
can just, like, click it twice, and then you can just...
yeah. Alright, doesn't matter much.
Perfect
It's either a
time.
5 or a 6.
Okay.
Ah,
Also-
this is the perfect time for a cookie to meow.
After you
Just
walk
saying.
away from the matriarch, you just seem to appear, and everything feels wrong. You can taste color, and you can hear just everything crawling in your skin, and then you pop out. Seem to be flying out from this. It looks like some sort of a black granite wall, and you smash into the other one, the opposite it.
Oh. Damn! Man, I really shouldn't be tasting colors. The fuck is this?
What does
Yeah,
one
he's
taste
allergic
like?
to color. Jeez, don't you know?
Tell me what
Attempts to
blue tastes
teleport.
like.
Like blueberries, man. What do you think?
I needed confirmation.
Say again, dude.
Then attempts
needed-
to teleport to the next spot he thinks he feels Kronok's power.
You teleport into the bedroom, and the servant looks over. Sir, you don't belong here.
You are not wrong. Teleports away.
This is very
I'm gonna keep doing this until you tell me where this piece of Kronok is.
You
Nothing can hide from his watchful gaze.
you keep
He'll always find it.
teleporting.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, you keep teleporting everywhere. Eventually, though, I do need you to roll me another d20. As after
Fine.
about another 5-6 just random teleports. Okay.
18.
Like this, the flash method of finding things.
You feel
Yeah,
a
It
sudden
will eventually work.
you feel a sudden pressure against you as you try and teleport, and you stumble in place a bit. You feel that your magic is there, but as you're trying to grab out to it, it's just out of reach. The drow have turned back on the anti-magic field.
Well, motherfucker, where am I now?
You seem to be in some sort of a large library.
Oh no.
It's not. No, it's
Violent
not.
Flashbacks.
It's not the library.
Yeah.
Is
It's
it
not-
filled with dryers?
We were just there.
It's not the library. It's a much smaller one. It looks like it could be the Cinepha's personal library. But there are more than a few guards and priestesses that are staring at you and immediately drawing weapons.
Hey guys, my bad. Trying to teleport somewhere else. If you just turn off the shields, I'll teleport right back to my room.
They point towards a door and tell you to walk.
Fucking divinity of travel, gonna have to walk through this place. Fine.
Hope you've been doing your cardio, bro.
He walks, and after about 100 meters, starts groaning. Oh, this is so annoying.
I haven't walked in like 40 years.
Oh, this is walking? This is nice after
So
1 second. I
My
hate this
knees
now.
hurt, my back hurt. Who thought this was a good method of travel, guys?
Oh, it's so
Thought this was a good idea.
Did I not invent the wheel for this?
As you're walking away and bitching and moaning, one of the paladins does sort of just look at you and shakes her head.
Question:
I
does
don't
Barthas
respond.
not have like Heelys? I would just
I would
assume
love
that he would.
Heelys.
I would
Oh,
just
yeah.
assume that he.
Cannon.
I will
Cannon.
not walk.
More any opportunity where I can search for Heelys, please let me search for Heelys.
I mean, you've got a chance right here.
Listen, Heelys were the shit.
What should I be rolling for that? Investigation or
Yeah.
perception?
You know what?
Investigation.
Roll me an investigation as you leave the building and search the city general for a shop that'll sell you Heelys.
Investigate.
How'd that go?
Just go to Cobbler and say, "Hey man, I need you to put little
Fuck.
wheels on my shoes. Just trust me on this.
Also, just throwing it
Well, I
out
got
there.
a
You
six.
two
I'll
artificers.
click my heels.
You
Right, you have two
artificers
I got
in
a
your
throw.
party.
They can probably make you that shit.
Yeah, well, first I have to
kick is
walk
an
all the
artillery.
fucking way over there.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
It's not showing that you rolled.
It shows on roll 20.
Close
We're not
roll
using
20.
roll 20.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no more roll 20.
Yeah, close roll
You didn't
20.
get the memo.
Oh, okay.
What?
Oh,
Do I get to roll again then? That's
You just
fantastic.
lose it.
Yes, I didn't roll before.
18.
I don't see any proof that you rolled before.
Yeah.
No idea what you're talking about. I got an
we're
18.
closing.
I have wheels on my shoes now.
Oh no.
So wait, we're not using roll 20 anymore?
No.
Pog.
Yeah, we're using the Beyond the D&D,
D&D Beyond thing.
Yeah, the game log. We're using that.
Pog.
We also tested out the encounter user yesterday. Works fantastic.
Oh yeah, no, the encounter thing's great. The thing is, I just wish they would implement that it would send people stuff that are like it sends the players
does.
rolls
It-
through,
it-
but it doesn't like
it-
show the players the enemy's rolls
It
or
does.
anything
You
like
just
It
have your
does.
settings off. It does.
Okay,
You
I
just
need to
have your
get it.
settings wrong.
and then I need to go change my settings.
Yeah.
It didn't have that at the beginning, and then I didn't know there were settings for it because it was still in beta when I tried it. So I just haven't changed
Still in
anything.
beta.
More,
now.
do I have wheels on my
Yeah.
shoes now or not?
Dude, it's still showing the custom roll. You haven't searched. I'm not seeing investigate. I'm seeing custom roll.
Yeah, I rolled investigate though. And it came out. Fucking third
Clicking
time I'm
again?
rolling this shit.
There we go.
Please roll a
Just
natural
scroll.
20.
There we go.
If you oh, actually that one's better. Never mind.
Ignore my check. Although, never mind, you rolled a 22. No one's gonna notice.
You know what? Because it's technical
To be fair-
difficulties, I will let you have the 22. And you know the area because it is the Underdark. So after a bit of looking around, you're able to find someone who is willing to put wheels on boots for you, but he's very confused as to why you want this.
Don't
Alright,
ask questions.
beat the campaign. Mission accomplished.
I'll give you an extra 3 coins if you don't ask questions.
3 gold. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
This
He,
is like going to. Sorry, go ahead.
he nods. All right. Cough it up.
How much do I owe you total?
About 4 coins total.
Is this
I'm a
gold?
generous man. Take 5.
Oh, you paid triple just so he wouldn't ask questions? You really hate small talk, bro.
And he added an extra on top.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna be
I
right
gave
back.
him 5. I tipped him. Alright. Barthas continues to roll throughout the city, confusing everybody.
Hey, wait. This is a fantasy society. We don't tip here. I'm joking. No.
We wondered why everyone loves Barthas, and now we know. He just throws around gold doing weird eccentric things around the city.
Hey, he's
Hey,
the god
you guys
of
let
travel.
me keep our 3k gold for some reason, so
Listen,
I don't
he's
care
the
to
god
give
of,
an extra 3 to someone.
he's the god of travel. When you travel, you just throw money at everything. Because you don't know the
Apparently.
rules. I mean, that's what most people do.
Yeah,
He is
apparently.
technically
you're
the
backpacking.
godfather of civilization and merchants as well, so it does make sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
All,
So yeah, Mort, I roll back into the palace, looking for the group.
Okay. Kick and Lucy and Boogie, they're still in their rooms unless Bard and Sin went to collect them.
Not as far as
I
I'm
think
aware.
we specifically didn't.
Okay. So they're still chilling around in their rooms. While you're looking for them, Barthas, I will say this. During your entire search, as you've been jumping around, you've been able to notice that this chunk that you've been feeling, it is almost everywhere. There's areas that it seems a bit more concentrated, like the balcony, like the bedroom, like the library. But those areas with those bizarre walls that you just teleported into, and they seem to just blast you out. There aren't a lot of them. And whenever you try and just use your Google Maps, it's generally those ones that seems to be warping your perspective. Whenever you're going down a corridor with those walls in it, it's twisting and just turning around your vision. And you can only remember about 3 different locations that you tried to teleport into, and those walls just kick you out. Okay.
Well, alright.
Yeah. Yeah, just some nonchalant J's. Okay, now with the rest of you. Lucy, Kick, Boogie, what are you guys up to as Barthas comes running down the corridors? Just
Rolling.
rolling down the corridors.
Just rolling. Like, he's got the sunglasses, like rap music playing in the background, just like rolling up in the most cool, uncool manner possible.
They see me rolling.
They hate it. Patrol. Gonna catch it right and dirty. It's just like,
Wet
it's just
and nerdy.
no one knows where the music comes from. Barthas is just like rolling down the hallway in slow mo. Like
No,
people look at him
Barthas
and
is singing it. What are you talking about? That's where it comes from.
they hate it. Patrolling, trying to catch me right and dirty.
Oh boy.
DMCA claim.
Yeah, it's okay. I've got other music blasting that's gonna null them out.
Just guards looking at him in slow motion, just like I can see.
No motion for me.
Yeah.
I'm finishing up an infusion while I just see him roll by.
Boogie looks over and he's just utterly confused. He's like, "What? Like, what's go? Barthas, where'd you go? Like, are you
Guys,
rolling
I
in here?"
invented the coolest shoes.
I mean, I will admit they are really, really cool, Like, they look real fun, but like, why?
Wow.
Walking sucks.
Wait, y'all had to walk? Why'd y'all have to walk?
They turned the magic shields back on, like
Ah.
assholes.
Then y'all had to walk?
Not
Wait, have y'all
anymore.
Have y'all ever walked?
Have you walked before?
Not in hundreds of years.
Not for generations.
Balthus doesn't walk, he just teleports wherever he's needed.
I mean, yeah, he's like he's our Flash.
Why be here when you could be over there?
Why be here where you could be yes?
Anytime
I
the
am,
party
yes.
has to walk. Anytime the party has to walk places, Barthas just teleports 10, 20 feet ahead of them. It's just, he's like,
He does the really
So
obnoxious.
slow. Come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, he just pops in a bit and pop. Come on,
Hey, listen.
guys!
He
Has
does
full
this.
ability to teleport, asks for a piggyback ride.
I think what Barthas is doing is just whenever we're actually going somewhere, he's going off and doing his job of being an actual ranger. You guys remember that's what he is and that's what he's supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
He just spends all
I
that
have so much time.
doing his job.
Yeah. He's literally the Flash.
That is now canon.
Like, he's literally the Flash. The second he's not doing so, like, he's always late to everything, and we're like, geez, dude, what did you go do? And he's like, well, nothing. Like, saved 50 people in the background, like, in the 2 seconds it took us to walk somewhere.
I mean, he came back with a medium godstone, so I'm willing to accept this.
I don't know what side stories you're having, man. The fact that you're not bringing me along kind of hurts. I thought we were partners.
Listen,
You can teleport too, jackass.
I can't teleport like that, though. I can like skip teleport. I've
You
only got, like,
punch
30
holes in reality! We have a big
actually, now
difference
that I
on
realize I'm
teleport.
actual door. I can move like 500 meters now. Never mind. Yeah, you guys are so slow. Come on.
I like how he looks at
The
his abilities
second-
for like 5 seconds and goes, oh wait, I'm in the same club, fuck all you guys.
The second Bard got the ability to teleport, he's joined Barthas just being 100 meters in front. So slow. Come on, guys. Why is it taking so long? Are we there yet?
Sin glares in limited misty step.
It's okay.
Boogie chuckles at like 300-foot jump.
You know, it's okay. It's okay. When the time comes, you guys are gonna wish you had the ability to walk. Now,
Boogie has the ability
That
to walk,
sounded like a threat.
but he also has the ability to jump good.
Is she gonna take our legs? Oh my god.
Right, I'm now wary of all dwarves.
okay. But yeah, you were rolling down the corridor, getting attention from everyone.
Not yet.
They see him rolling.
I will smite you.
dating.
I will literally have Kiraj show up to beat you up for no reason.
Bully!
Even Kiraj wants the plot to just move on already.
Rolling, rolling, rolling. See that Barthas rolling, right? I am making a helm. I am crafting a wheel in my room. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. So you're crafting,
Drop
Boogie
it.
spots him.
Potion on it.
Okay. What about you, Kick?
Oh, I was imbuing an item. I just can't find the bloody item. So, trying to figure
I
that
did-
out.
I just did a custom item and then like typed out what it does.
It was a thing that, didn't you guys say there was a thing for the items on,
That's for magic items. My infusions I couldn't find as like an item in the thing. So
I don't know then. Sorry, guys, I can't help y'all.
But now
Go
I'm
to
super
inventory.
aware.
Go to inventory.
Okay.
It's in there.
Yeah, well, since you guys are just looking into that, not really paying too much attention to the roller, just going by you guys. Bod, Sim, what are you two up to?
As I recall, we were looking for the matriarch.
Yeah, gonna go have a little chat, a little nighttime chat over some tea.
I said she's currently in the throne room, sitting at a massive desk, staring at a mountain of paperwork, and trying not to fall asleep as two advisors blabber on in her ear.
We don't knock, we walk in. And specifically, I push the doors open and announce Sin's entrance.
She raises a brow slightly at you. The two advisors, though, are quick to head forward, about to berate you. But she raises her hand up. Enough! There are honored guests. Now be gone.
Does she say that to us or
No,
them?
to the two advisors. They very begrudgingly leave.
I'm a mad dog, I'm the whole way out.
Oh, I could use this distraction. What is the matter?
Sin walks up closer at a respectable distance, gives a small bow. Greetings, matriarch. It appears something rather pressing has come to our attention.
What? What's the matter?
What do you know of Cronach's essence? Do you have it?
Yes.
You're keeping it in storage then?
That is correct.
Well, Bard? Seems like
He would like it back.
Yes, you did mention one of his... Well, not servants, was it? What was her name, Sasha?
Affectionately named Sasha. She's a time dragon, and she informed that Cronach would like his piece back now.
So Godsbreak.
Of course it works.
Blaster. That was an evil laugh if I've heard one.
Where?
So to be
Hold on,
entirely
hold on.
straight to the point.
I'm getting feedback from someone. I'm getting white noise from
Gig
someone.
is crackling.
Am I crackling?
Gig is crackling. Yeah, you're giving off some white noise.
That's not good.
Okay. Sorry, that was
Generally
a bit
speaking, it's not.
distracting. Okay. You can carry on that, bot.
So, to cut straight to the point, you can take us to it, and he'll come and take it back, and we can all go back to sleep.
No, Bard. No need to be so hasty. Can't you see she's a little quiet at the moment? However, I do agree this is a little unsettling for more than just us. I wanted to ask you, actually,
Mm-hmm.
what has happened since the dream?
Quite a lot, actually. After I found you, and she raises a finger and points over to you, Bob. Causing your problems. And after
All by godly design.
Yes. Yeah. To cut it short, once I found that things were a bit more than merely some mad vision, I began putting certain measures in place. Your house is actually elevated to minor nobility now, so it would be wise of you to act your part now.
She did not.
Excuse me? I think you have something severely misunderstood here, matriarch. Your rule, this time, everything around us, it's not you. You did not do this. This is all by my design. Do not question your place.
My goodness. Tell me, oh powerful one. You have all of your little gifts, your power. Why not take his essence and be done with it? Hmm?
You seem to think he and time are two separate entities.
Our goals are far beyond your understanding.
Oh, I've heard that before. From mad prophets and tyrants and rulers and gods themselves.
But you had no issues following it when it seemed to be convenient for you. He gestures around how House Cinefe is still standing.
What?
I created this. You don't want to see how quickly it can be taken away. Do not condescend us ever again.
Still so easily provoked us. Your essence is currently being used.
Of course it is. For what?
A test. And one that is spectacular success.
We're listening.
I've already got some reports of your other compatriot having a particularly difficult time trying to find it.
I'm sure he's poking around as he does. You're well familiar with how Barthas operates.
Yes. And you are here asking me instead of just going out and taking it. So you can't see it.
No. Correction, I haven't looked for it.
Then by all
I don't know what
means,
Barthas is doing. Barthas is off doing Barthas things. We're here doing the things that we do as we do them.
By all means, go have a look around. It will give me interesting results that I'm in dire need of.
Can I
Look
insight check?
over it.
It's alright.
Can I insight check her to see what she's thinking about this whole thing?
Go for it. I mean, big plan for you guys, Kitty. I'm sorry, Kitty. I'll try, but there's some
No,
plots.
he's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you're looking at her, she's very relaxed. She doesn't really seem too bothered by either of you here. This whole thing does seem like a bit of a lab experiment to her. She seems to be watching Bard very carefully.
Sin, what other languages do you speak?
I speak Celestial and Infernal.
Perfect. I look over. I switch speaking to Infernal. Do you want that to just wipe out Sinife now? Because honestly, we can just do that. That was the original plan. We don't have to play by her rules at all.
She gives another look at the Sinife. Speaks back in Infernal. It's an option, but what about the essence? It's clearly up somewhere in the castle, and do we
To
even
be
know
honest-
the scope of what this is?
If they have their anti-magic fields up, they don't quite realize how my powers work. Unlike Barthas, I don't move straight through things. I go from here through the astral to there. I can just go around anti-magic fields by all means. I can't go straight through them. I can't use my quick teleport through them, but I can astral door straight through it.
Alright.
The rules
So-
mean what,
so-
motherfucker?
So we can go get it. We're trying to be polite and kind here, which he doesn't understand. We could just go get it. Barthas can figure out where it is by the walls he's bumped into. We'll pop in and get it. I can also bring people. Foolish.
This is when Barthas
again.
rolls in on his Heelys.
What a foolish samurai warrior.
Oh!
They see
Alright.
No. The choice is yours. I follow your lead.
Listen, someone needs to make an animation of Barthas just rolling with like sunglasses just down the sidewalk, just with
Gold
They See Me
chain on
Rolling.
his neck.
Yeah, with They See Me Rolling playing in the background.
Honestly, at this point, I'm very much done with the Underdark. I don't mind that plan, but my concern is information. Every hurdle we face thus far is because we don't know something. How much control does your family, I don't know what that group of yours is. How much do they control of the other cities? How much control does the Sinife currently have? What is the extent of what they've done?
What? I shall go collect information then. Easy enough.
Alright. I want to ask her a few
Bard
things,
look-
though.
Bard looks back. All right, fine. Go ahead. I'll stay for
She's-
that. I was-
She'll switch back to common. I have a few more things to ask. You can go ahead if you like, but really up to you.
I will stay. We both know time doesn't actually mean much. He says very pointedly at the matriarch.
She just keeps a wide smile.
Matriarch, you were warned about what could possibly happen if you mess with the essence. I will not warn you again. that matter aside, could you please continue with your explanation of what happened since the dream?
Well, after I discovered that it was a bit more than just a dream, I had elevated his house to minor nobility to keep a closer eye on him. And I locked it away. I've kept that essence sealed up for several years now. And... Oh. We must see the side screen. There's a new thing I found. Oh yeah! You found the D&D overlay, huh?
Yes. That's a new thing we have now.
Yeah.
D&D overlay.
Hover over the stream.
On stream, you can hover over the side and see all the characters, their health, their stat block, abilities.
Fog.
You can lock it in place as
Oh,
well.
cool. I'd
Yep.
have to get another monitor, but that's really cool.
I'm watching the stream on my phone, Smile.
I would love to have a second
Same.
monitor.
Same.
Oh, I guess I could open it on a new tab and just mute it.
Mm.
Yep.
Uh,
That's what I've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Smart. You guys are so smart.
I've had it locked up since we found it. A few minor pokes
Where
and
do-
prods to keep it mostly intact and see if we could discover something with it.
Oh, neat.
And things have been relatively quiet until recently. The last year or so, it's been reactive. Something else has been exerting an influence on it, and it's grown a bit unstable. And you were right. It didn't take long for me to realize who you were. And I had all hostilities.
Dude, I love it. It's like a Ratchet and Clank laugh. I love it.
I've had all hostilities ceased, so you could be brought to the capitals. Safe. It was a bit of a close call, though. Some of your youthful deeds did still catch the eye of many gods.
Just so we have our stories straight. What is your view on what has happened since we arrived?
Well, you came in, you were looking. What? Suspicion. We protect. Sorry. Okay.
Gig, your mic.
We protect.
Gosh damn, I'm sorry.
Okay. You came in. You were searching something. Honestly, I didn't really pay much attention in that regard. But the gate guards apprehended Bard, and if my agents hadn't intervened in time, they would have attempted to take his head.
Oh, you didn't kill me this time. That's good to know. Not that it did you much good the last... Oh, many times.
Regardless, we had to burn the city, unfortunately. The local nobility had difficulty accepting our orders. They're gone now. But you were brought in as saviors.
Saviors.
Hmm.
We never approached the library in this timeline.
Library? No. You never asked. Why?
Wait, because you said before that we already did destroy the library in Iridina. Is in the astral.
Yeah, astral. Time isn't really a thing there anymore. You're poking a divine being, so you can literally have her out of time.
No, yeah, I see what you mean. All right.
Interesting.
No. Sometimes my plans work even better than I thought.
All right.
Sometimes my goals are beyond my own understanding. That was not in character.
What is plans? How is understanding?
Can I roll another insight to see what she thinks of us?
Go for it.
Oh,
It's hard to tell. It's pretty hard to tell. She seems like she respects you, Sin, but that's pretty much it. She's fairly indifferent to the bard.
Am I still crackle?
Nope.
No, you're good. At least for now.
Let me know when I crackle.
Cool.
Sin will give a soft smile. A few interesting changes this time around. Very well. Thank you for your time. I hope we've been an ample distraction.
You have. Maybe now I can focus on these things. When you leave, please send the advisors back in. Oh, Boogie, you're back to the crackle.
Ah, jeez.
She'll turn to leave.
In the hallway, my mechanical owl lemur has now, if Barthas accepts, will have be riding on his shoulder, just whee, having a good time on the Healy.
Barthas is still looking for
ears just flowing in.
Still looking for Bard and Sin.
It doesn't take you too long. Eventually you do arrive just outside the throne room, and you see them coming out. Two advisors returning inside, very grumpy.
What's with
Guys, they turned the magic shields back on.
magic shields?
I can't
We
keep doing
anti-magic shields here.
Yeah, Ted, have you noticed anything about time shenanigans around the palace or castle or whatever this place is?
Well, there's a bunch of temporal energy just all around, but the real weird thing is the walls. They move.
Right.
So that's where it is.
Just in one
Yeah,
place?
I
or-
can't teleport into them either.
Have you pinpointed where it is?
Mort, are all the moving walls in the same area or surrounding the same area?
They seem to be surrounding the same area, but it's a very large loop.
Alright. Yeah, but the area is large. We're gonna need to search it. Find a way in and then search it.
Yeah,
All right.
apparently that's Chronoc's essence. They started fiddling with it, even though I told them not to. But hey, at least they didn't blow their palace up again.
And they aren't willing to just hand it over?
I switched to Infernal. They're gonna play a whole lot of games. We're gonna need information on what's going on in the cities, what's going on here, how much power the Sinife actually has. We're gonna, the usual.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine for the time being, but if we really want to blow the Sinife up, we're gonna need to know stuff. She says in Infernal.
Also in Infernal, Barthas chimes in. Wait, wasn't the whole point for them to be helping us now? We just saved their asses.
That was to avoid having to just kill them needlessly, but killing them is still on the table. If they refuse to cooperate, there's no reason to have them.
Yeah.
If they won't cooperate, we might have to take them out real quick.
Well, it depends on how much cooperation we want from them. Right now we have a favor, so if we want to use them for the plan against the serpent, we'll probably have it, but that's probably the one and only favor we'll have.
The thing is, the city isn't loyal to them. The city is loyal to us. The original plan was to just use the city to kill them, and now it's not just city, it's multiple cities. To be honest, and I know this sounds biased, but we could kill them and instate my family and then not have a question of loyalty. My mother's a darling lady.
What happened?
Drow matriarch, right?
I want to believe you, Bard, but let's make sure this time.
We'll dot our I's and cross our T's.
Alright. So, what do you want to do now? We have another thing on our list, it seems.
I can send out the orders, but it's going to take a little while to get all the information we need. The irregulars, they're, of course, because we work so well, they're embedded pretty deep into the Sinife as well. We might be able to get a pretty good gleam at their defenses and what's going on actually inside this area. Outside the city should be pretty easy to figure out what's going on. If everything still played to as it did, as we assumed, as it did last session, and no one forgot anything, everything should have went according to plan. Should be fine.
All right.
Well, I say we send out that message, give the order, and then we need to have a chat with Eridina still.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
We can do that.
We can go do that right now, gather everyone up while they're collecting information.
Alright. I don't know if I want to stay in the palace too long, though.
No. To be honest, my family compound is probably a lot safer for us.
Yes. I'll talk to the matriarch, tell her we'll postpone the raising of the city due to continued time problems, and until that's sorted, they're staying down here. In the meantime, we'll be investigating other issues elsewhere, yes?
How about we tell her we are putting off the raising of the city because we can't count on her cooperation?
Yes, actually. We should actually tell everyone that as well. We don't want the city to think of them. That's why we should also move to my compound. They should not be seen as having our favor. She's acting like she's on par to us, but we know what we are. She doesn't deserve our favor. She shouldn't seem to have our favor.
Agreed.
All right.
I'll get the message out to the people.
All right.
I'll contact our networks.
Rolls away.
Right. Ow, lemur.
Behind him slowly. Dude, you didn't get me shoes? You're looking pretty fly, but what the fuck?
Yeah, man, what?
Tosses 10 gold at him. Go get your own shoes. Am I your errand boy now?
Yeah. Alright, I'll inform the party. When do we want to leave for your compound? Today?
As soon as you guys will be ready. We'll, as soon as you guys are ready, we'll be at the gates. By the time I get to the gates, the message will be out.
Alright.
Kick,
guess
while
we'll-
this was all going on, can Lucy have like come in and started comparing infusion notes with you?
Sure.
Great.
Although I do want to take a long rest.
I think we just took a long
Did we not
rest,
take
right?
a rest
Yeah, you
overnight?
guys had a
we
long
took a rest
rest.
overnight.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
I was
this
picturing
was
this
still
like in
happening.
the morning.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
just early in the morning. I think there was enough time for us all to rest.
Yeah.
As early as my actual morning. But
Yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna show you what I'm working on, and then like compare it to what you're working on.
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's it.
So, Sin, you pop in at Lucy and Kick as they're comparing notes. Boogie, what are you up to, dude?
Boogie making soup. And because my mic has been kind of crackly, I've been a little bit quiet, but Boogie's making like soup for the rest of the party. Like, sitting in one of the kitchens somewhere, borrowing spices, trying to make some stuff for people. And also, while he's making the soup, he's making cookies for the rest of the party.
E.
It's the
Making
temporary hit
mushroom
point cookies.
Yeah.
Yeah, mushroom soup.
Good soup.
Oh boy.
Good soup.
Yes, and I'll pop into the two artificers having not book club. Let them know that we're leaving for Bard's family's place, and there's been some alterations in plans that we'll tell them about when we leave the palace.
Great.
And then she'll go look for Boogie and tell him the same thing before popping into the matriarch.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, I'll pack my stuff up. And,
Boogie has very little to pack. He just finishes making the soup, puts it in the hot pot, puts it on his back, and gets going.
Yeah, Sin probably also, after telling the artificers, goes to her room, puts on her full getup this time, starts packing, and then finds him.
Okay. As you
I'll
pop
pack up. Has
in-
anyone seen Z? Has anyone seen my pet?
Lemur just chilling with Barthas. They still be rolling.
Yeah, Bart just rolls in the corridor just next to you.
Like, oh, great. You're having fun. You're having fun? That's right. I forgot I had an accent. Ready to rock and roll, if you will.
Can we take a coffee break?
Yeah,
I need
you
more
know,
caffeine.
as you pop in at the matriarch, she calls you over to have a different little chat. While everyone here goes on a little coffee break. We'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. See you guys then.
Alright,
Adios.
cough.
going on?
It's just
Okay.
a receipt scrolling behind you.
Okay, I'm back. Hello, people. Sorry about that. Just had to give some more stuff out to send to think over.
Really hope you cut that after the joke.
Yeah, I cut it off to the joke. Don't worry.
Yeah, I would like a warning when we go live, please, if I may request that.
Damn,
We need a
bro,
s-
I almost ruined both of our careers.
We need a Lucy warning
Uh,
Yes,
for
please.
content.
Or I will be talking about penises.
you know, I'm not.
Because I found like a syrup in my fridge that kind of smelled like alcohol, so I put it in my coffee, and it's actually really good. I think it's a take-home cocktail from like a really long time ago that I forgot about.
Okay.
Nice.
So,
I figured I'd share that with you.
That's
You're
the way
welcome.
to live
I'll be here all
life.
night.
so
I'm gonna tell that at all the parties I totally get invited to.
okay. So Balthus, Bod, you guys are starting to get the group together. Bod, you're sending out your orders. The irregulars,
Cool drow hand signs.
just giving their subtle acknowledgements of the orders that you requested.
Alright, correction. Drow gang signs.
No.
Okay.
Actually, this hasn't been mentioned, but all the regulars know each other from we all got the tattoo, because you have to have the tattoo, and Bard's is on his tongue.
Hog.
I don't know if that's been mentioned.
Probably not.
Otherwise.
While we're getting the team together and walking out of the palace, Barthas is rolling around the city, telling anybody who would listen that the city should have been raised by now, but if only these Sinifei motherfuckers weren't fucking with the timeline and with time energy, we could just do it, but we can't. So, like, we have to wait for them to figure their shit out.
There are reports of a demon in every single bar in the Underdark that night.
He will simultaneously in every bar. In the millisecond anyone turned around like to not face him, he was just gone.
Oh my god, Barthas, you're the deep state agent. What have I done? Oh no! I've become what I hate. The original plan was
Don't worry.
anarchy. Just set everything on fire. How have we fallen this far?
That's still the end goal, don't worry. We're just taking a couple extra steps.
Yeah,
Anarchy
through
with extra
fascism.
Well, sometimes you need some fascism.
Jesus.
Don't quote me on that.
Somebody quote
Motherfuckers, holy shit. We clipped frogs are good, but not him saying he likes fascism. Alright.
I didn't say I like fascism. I said sometimes it's necessary. For instance, in the Underdark, it's necessary.
Boy,
Girl.
Potato.
Apache.
Genderless
That
child.
would have been disrespectful.
Potato. You and your
Guys,
cave
guys.
frogs part.
Type
Guys,
right.
gals, and non-binary pals.
In today's session, ASMR by
Hey,
Typewriter.
I'm just listening
get to
to how
relax.
Bod is teleporting to how Balthus is teleporting from bar to bar and just spreading all this propaganda.
The true word.
From bard to bard, what?
What are
He's
the rest
coming
of you
to
up
me for
to?
arguments. If someone actually argues against him, he comes back to me to know what to say.
Oh,
And every time I go to a different bar, I wear a different disguise. So they don't say it's just one guy spreading this
It's
shit.
always a red. It's like always like a red demon dude. Like
Dude,
like
they
an army
must
Yes,
of,
be
but
an
sometimes
army
he
of
has a
tieflings
mustache.
yeah, you have like an army of tieflings. It's great. Listen, the mustache always works, dude. Perfect.
Yo,
description.
what a
it does.
show of power if that is.
You can't
Just
recognize
sending
me
one
now.
tiefling to every bar. As
Yeah,
far
dude.
as I know, just to show we have that many tieflings, maybe, just hanging around.
Dude, that's like.
Come fight us, motherfuckers.
So you know when Morrowind
We
like
are the Shadow Council.
yeah you know like
Shit.
you know you know, the in Morrowind, like I believe it's the Grey Cowl, or something like that. Yeah, no, the Grey Fox. The Grey Fox. Yes, the cowl of the Grey
They
Fox.
do call me the Great Fox.
No, I mean, like, Barthas is like the Grey Fox. He just puts on a mustache and, like, teleports everywhere, and it's like, no matter what crimes he commits, no one can identify him as the one tiefling who did it. They're just like, there was a guy, he was kind of red, and he, like, he did a bunch of crimes, he had a mustache. Goes to look at Barthas. No, what? Not me. I didn't do nothing.
Barthas must
Do I have a mustache?
Yeah, like, he clearly had a mustache. I don't. Can't even grow one.
Boy. Right, okay. So, what is Kick and Lucy up to?
Shenanigans.
Oh no.
Yep.
And again,
Measuring
I
contest.
think- Yep, measuring contest. I think Kick won. And I think as soon as Sin came by, I was just like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Pack up my stuff.
Lucy's was bigger.
Not by
Oh boy.
They were
far,
measuring their
not at all.
inventions, jeez. Like, they're showing the plans.
know.
It's measurements everywhere, like on the diagrams, jeez. And hers
And-
just
and-
happened to
Seeing
be
who's
bigger.
got the biggest blueprint.
Yeah.
And cool wise, mine lost by a lot.
Yeah, cool wise she lost, but hers was 5 millimeters
cool is-
bigger.
What's cool is I imagine like Lucy came in, it was like, oh, Kick, look at this thing I'm working on. It's so cool. Look at how neat it is. And then he's like, check this out. And I'm like, oh shit.
Puts down atomic bomb. I made
Yes.
this by accident.
I made this by accident.
You don't
I'm
know
like,
what it
look,
does yet,
I
but
can
the
change-
calculations say it explodes.
I can change my eye color from green to blue. He's like, here's my atomic bomb.
Like, he Kick just pulls an Iron Man and like makes a new element and creates an arc reactor.
I made something. Mort knows about it. And
no, he
Lucy,
actually-
that's it. I'm
he
keeping
actually-
it a secret.
I won't tell us all.
Actually did make a nuke, holy fuck.
Your secret's safe with me, friend.
While y'all are waiting at the front gate, Sin's having a very long tea time with the matriarch. An unusually long tea time.
The long dark tea time of the soul.
Hope everything's going all right.
Fucking
Somebody
vampire
write
again.
that down. That's a title for something.
No, it's the title of a Douglas Adams book.
Gosh
Okay.
damn it.
Yeah, I was just referencing it.
Ah, damn. But anyways, Boogie goes out to the gate with everything packed to Lucy and Kick. You guys are like sitting over the blueprints, like you know, doing all your math and stuff. Boogie looks over confused. Y'all want soup? Hands him some soup.
I love some soup. And did I smell cookies earlier?
Right. Yeah, I got some. Like, and he holds out like a tray of freshly baked cookies, chocolate chip cookies, mushroom
That's
chocolate
the
chip
best
cookies.
kind of cookie. Mushroom chocolate chip?
Yeah,
I'm
Because-
here for it.
yeah. Underdark, mushroom everything.
Oh my goodness. You know, mushrooms are real good for you.
Yeah, mushroom
They
Fun
are.
soup.
fact,
Mushroom
I'm allergic to mushrooms. That's why I hate this goddamn place.
In
That's painful, dude.
But mushroom. Oh man, that sucks.
No,
Yeah,
in
mushrooms
real
are
life.
so good.
Right.
Yeah, dude.
No, in real
Yes,
life.
in real life.
That's the saying. Mushrooms are really good, dude. That's so sad.
Yeah, that's
So I've heard.
Yes, please
You're not
rub it in
missing
his
out.
face a
They're
little
terrible.
more.
I don't mean.
They're terrible.
Don't
They're-
rub it
they
in my
taste
face.
like
I'll
dirt.
break out in hives.
It's like being lactose intolerant, and everyone's like, "But ice cream is so good, man."
No.
What
yeah.
about fun? Well, never mind. I'll ask later.
But Bart, also allergic to mushrooms. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I hate this place.
There's just mushrooms everywhere here, dude. It must have sucked.
I'm aware. The seasonal allergies, it's awful.
Dude, the season is yes. There's always mushrooms there.
Can
There's
you-
no
can you,
seasonal
like-
allergies.
See, that's what you would think being an outsider, but actually there's some times where there's more mushrooms and sometimes there's more other things that grow down here that
Mosses
aren't
and
mushrooms.
stuff, yeah.
Algae. Yeah, mosses, algae. Yeah.
Okay, that
Different
makes sense.
types of like fungi. What is Sorry, I'm just curious. Can you? Is it just an ingestion allergy, or can you like go mushroom hunting, or you can't touch them at all?
It's really for the most part just ingestion.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank God.
Mushroom hunting? You mean gathering?
No.
They call it mushroom hunting, but yeah, you
Well,
go out. And,
I mean,
basically
if
you
you
hike
like
in the
really
woods and look for
powerful,
shrooms.
they think it's hunting.
to be fair, to be 100% fair, in D&D there is a race of
Where's the
creatures
lie,
called
though?
myconids,
Where's
which
the
are
lie?
mushroom people.
Dude, you're so lucky I haven't actually attacked you guys with myconids yet.
You right.
They're fine.
You right though. God damn it! I just got called out for being a mushroom hunting hippie.
Sorry, I bow hunt. I'll
A
tell you.
power
I'll tell you
hungry
hunting.
mushroom hunting.
Oh, God.
Listen,
I
listen.
would you
In
need to
D&D,
shoot a
you can
mushroom?
physically hunt mushrooms. There are mushroom people. It's the same
Sarah,
thing.
your
as
American is showing.
Okay. Okay, so you guys
Cover
are.
it up. I don't want anyone to know.
Oh boy.
By the way, I learned the difference between a helm and a helmet while I was making my magic item.
Fog.
I thought I was
Kid taught
making
her.
a helmet. It was not that. It was a helm.
During the measuring contest, Kit taught her the difference.
I was like, oh, one's a wheel.
I'm not even. Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, at this point, we're just stalling for you.
I know.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to finish typing your
I'm trying
novel, bro.
to finish.
So are we
Bard
Bard?
could have finished this book by now.
Dude.
Oh, come on. That was...
That's low.
You deserve that after the power hungry hippie comment. You
What?
started a war.
Okay, so as you guys are waiting around, one of the irregulars does return over to you, Bard. Sir, we've got a bit of a problem.
Don't we always?
Well, one of our people were caught. We may have to execute him, sir.
Caught where? Doing what?
He was caught spreading propaganda against the Fae. And the city guards found him. He's in lockup right now.
I look over at Sin real quick. Do you mind if I do a little bit of
Sin is not there. She
Oh,
is
right.
still
She's
talking
not here with
to the
us.
matriarch.
Shh. Oh
Wait,
no,
are
I
we
don't
all-
have a. I don't have anyone to tell me something's a bad idea.
Oh no.
Is it? Are we
Barfish
all
rolls
separate?
in at that exact moment.
The need
Actually,
for
yes.
Barthas.
Sin will walk up to you at that moment.
Are we all
Alright.
together?
Now we're all together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sin, I will say this, right? As you're finishing up your chat with the matriarch, she's going to hand you a ring and just say that it's your choice if you want to stop it.
She will nod and take the ring.
Okay. So you return to the rest of the party, sort of just gathered around, waiting. Bard about to have a really bad idea as the guard is just nervously kind of standing there.
Madame, do you mind if I do a little power move?
Oh boy. What kind? What
Oh,
happened?
remove him from jail. The Sinn Féin do not have power over us. Remove him from jail.
They have Barthas right now? Is
No,
that what's happening?
What do you want? She'll speak in
They
English.
have
You want
someone.
to lock him? Someone in jail.
Yes, they caught one of our men for spreading, for talking, for
One
mere
of like
free
your
speech.
one of your army men.
So-
Okay, got you.
They do not have the right to do that. Walk in there, unlock him, walk him out. Anyone says anything, kill them. Sinn Féin has overstepped too many times.
Elmo raising his arms in the fire emoji.
Though I don't know how
She'll
your
turn-
conversation with her just went.
Ugh.
Ugh.
She turns to the. Is the guy that reported in still there?
Yeah, the regulator is still standing there, a bit nervous as he's looking between you two.
Is this the first time this has happened? Has it been a while? What's the situation regarding that? Don't get me wrong, I want to save him, but it might draw attention.
Well, he was trying to cause a stir in the tavern in a nearby city, ma'am, and well, the owner called in the guard. This problem. And the guard locked him up.
What do you think they will do with him?
Well, that'll depend on how cooperative he is. The Cinefe have been usually lenient as of late, but they are very demanding that order must remain. And if he doesn't cooperate, well, he's probably not gonna make it through the night.
We're not known for cooperating.
Yeah.
Explosions go off in the background.
I didn't have anything to do with those.
Kix walks out of the flame.
Kick
Doesn't
legally,
look back.
legally not involved. Completely coincidental.
Did we ever confirm that the anti-magic field was just in the palace? Or is he locked up in the palace? What is...
He's essentially been locked up in a different city's jail. The anti-magic field is just in the palace, in the capital.
Alright. Bard, I
I'll
get
go
where you're
handle
coming
it
from.
personally.
Actually, I think it's better we don't. I get where you're coming from. I think he should be free as well. But I think it's
disagree
best...
with letting the Cinefe show authority over us.
But if we
Follow your
stop-
lead. I'm just stating.
I would suggest you tell him to pretend to be cooperative and get free on his own. If he's rowdy and gets a death sentence, we help him disappear if Tedrin's okay with that. But we do this at least once. If we start getting rowdy outside, we can lose a lot, I think. Surprise. It'll provide a distraction maybe, but I think there's something we can still do.
Bard nods and turns to the regular. You heard her. Inform the others.
Yes, sir. He very quickly rushes off. Alright. You guys are all gathered in the courtyard, just kind of chilling. The irregular having left you. Most of the palace guard seems to be leaving you alone, though one of the guards that was with you the previous night, Sin, is standing nearby, keeping an eye out in case there is trouble that rises up.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Basically, one of the guards that was sent to protect you last night is still at the gate, ready in case something does happen.
Is he an irregular, or is he
No, he's
proper Cinefe?
He's a Cinefe.
Let's tap him in the back.
Yeah.
But, well,
Yeah, well,
we're
I
all
did-
here.
Yeah. should have informed the Cinefe that we are leaving for the time being.
Okay.
And
Do they
that we
deserve
will be
that?
You don't need to answer to them.
Yeah, and that we'll be postponing the rising of the city.
Okay.
They'll find that out through everyone else. Let's not even have them be the official. Why should they be the ones giving out our official word?
Why give them an opportunity to respond?
I relieve them with an attack of opportunity. Give them no opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that means, unless anyone has anything else to do, we can head for the Bard's place.
Gosh.
Bard's mom's place.
Bard's place.
Okay.
My family will welcome us. Probably.
Me?
Yes, where have you been?
She strokes her beard. Okay.
Okay. So, are you gonna teleport over?
Well, yeah.
Can we teleport? Is the magic shield down?
It's only
it's-
in the palace.
Yeah, it's
And
only
like-
the
assume
Oh, it's
we're
only
still
inside the palace.
halfway through
Okay.
the conversation.
Yeah, it's important. It's important places where nobles can get stabbed. They turn on the anti-magic stuff, so wizards can't just fireball the nobles. Kind of makes sense.
We started the conversation in front of the palace and then ended it walking into the compound.
Okay. So,
Barthus, what does it look like when you teleport all of us? Will you describe
You
that?
just appear. You literally just
goes
appear in the
like-
new place.
You, like,
I don't
grab
even
all
need
of
you guys to
us?
touch me. I don't
Oh, okay.
need to touch you. I just need to think it.
And then we
He
get
does the
vertigo.
Dragon Ball Z bing thing,
Yeah.
and we just
Okay.
And then everyone gets vertigo except
be
for
right
Barthus and Bard.
We all throw up when we land. And he's just.
Except for Boogie as well.
Fucking-
Boogie takes no fall damage or anything like that. He's literally, as long as he's conscious, immune to taking like fall damage or anything like that. He's not afraid of falling. The sensation of falling, he just can instantly right himself.
You know my limit is about 24 teleports before I start getting nauseous.
Or fall on your face. One of the two.
That just happens whenever we're in the air. Whenever he doesn't teleport me directly on the ground.
Yeah, okay, fair.
I think Lucy has only teleported with you like 3 times, so she's still getting used to it. She's still kind
Roll a con save. Magic. Well, to be fair, if you want to make sure whether or not she does or doesn't throw up, that's what Constitution's for, baby.
yeah, that's what a con save is for. Also, I'm back.
It's literally the only thing people ever use it for is whether or not they throw up or die of poison. One of the two.
Mort, I got an 8 on my con save.
Okay, so Balthus teleports everyone over. Lucy, you reappear and it's almost immediate. You fall down onto your hands and knees, trying to clutch your stomach as it is ready to just completely empty itself at this point.
I've got like cookies and soup in my beard. I'm like, oh fuck, that was so good.
Boogie hands over another cookie and some more soup.
Aw.
Oh,
Once you guys actually appear in the compound, it is very large. It's not quite as large as the Capitol Palace, but it's impressive. And there is a lot of drow here, armed and armored. The moment that you guys have showed up, more than a few of them immediately have their weapons raised towards you, and you can spot at least 5 different spellcasters ready to just vaporize you at this point. But one figure does come over. A very, very large woman, very muscular, and Bod, roll me a wisdom save.
Oh no, which sibling is this? Okay, wisdom save.
Can I retcon that I teleported first to get flowers again? So we show up with flowers.
Nice. It's okay, we're good.
So, okay, so you vanish for a second, you grab some more flowers and pop back. Okay. As you're looking at this person, there's a sudden massive spike of pain in the back of your head. And then you recognize her. As your younger sister comes over and places 2 massive meaty paws on your shoulders and pulls you in for what can only be described as the tightest bear hug you've felt.
Oh god. Oh, someone didn't miss our. Oh, great to see you. Breathe. Oxygen for the continuation of my existence.
It's good to see you again, brother.
Oh yeah. Ooh, you really have grown.
I love the familial hug of just like he literally cannot breathe. He's that strong. Boogie looks over and is like, howdy, I'm Boogie. Holds out his hand for a handshake to see how strong she is.
She
It's like that
reaches
FMA
over.
moment.
Yeah.
She reaches over and you can almost see some of the muscles bulging through the armor as she gives a mighty squeeze. She is not someone you really want to try and get into a fight with.
Well, to be fair, she gives a mighty.
The other arm.
Listen, Boogie has plus 12 to his athletics because his strength can go up to 30. She gives a mighty squeeze and Boogie looks impressed. Not that impressed, but impressed.
Boogie squeezes back and it's just you hear bones crunching.
No. Boogie doesn't squeeze back because he knows he would crush her bones, but he lets her have it. He gives no reaction, but he lets her have it. She's probably very confused because she's given like the strongest grip she's ever given in her life, and it's just like 0 reaction.
She looks at you. She's still got Bard like one arm around him, keeping him
out.
tight. Brother, you should ask this man for some help. Maybe he'll make sure you can actually survive down here.
He's trying really hard. Like, he's got his feet on her thigh and he's trying to pull her off.
I love this. I like how Mort is like, oh no, she's relatively strong, and Bard has just gone from, oh, she's relatively strong to, this woman is a mountain.
Practically, I mean, she's got base 20 on her strength.
Oh shit,
This is
I'm
the
at
daughter
26.
that didn't become a priestess and decided to go into military school.
Pretty much. And she's got the Bard up here. He's trying to struggle, and she just looks over. You're still light as a feather. I thought after all this time you would have learned a few things, grown some muscles.
Got both hands on one finger and I'm just trying to pry it off.
Boogie looks over and is like, telomere would smile upon your strength. This, like, y'all one of the strongest people I've ever met. That's great.
Well, thank you. She finally releases Bard.
If his skin wasn't purple, his face would be blue.
I'm 3 shades darker.
Lucy, admiring strength as well, stands up tall. Well, 3'1" tall. And
Oh, I'm a little
a
lightheaded.
little bit.
Okay. Oh, good to see you. Oh, hold on, I can't really see you. How many of you are there? Oh,
What was her name again?
I never got her name.
Bart, what's her name? Psst. Sister.
her name is,
Lydia.
Drow. I like that. How about,
Lydia.
Ladrina? Sounds so much
Lida?
like a train.
Latrina?
Ladrina.
Latrina Glamberina.
What the heck?
What?
Call her Lida.
With a D.
Oh, Ladrina.
Alita, Battle Angel.
Oh no.
Without the A at the beginning.
Adrina.
Hey!
Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, Adrina.
There I
There's
go.
an H
Someone
at
write
the
that
end.
down.
Yeah, I've got it in my
I'm
notes.
terrible with
only part
names,
of
I
her
wouldn't
name. It's
remember it.
actually like 3 more apostrophes that have got more stuff in
Yeah.
there, but we just call her Adrena.
Yeah.
Type it in
Because of
chat.
the adrenaline.
Is that her name, Adrenalin?
Maybe. You can ask. She only gives
We
you
don't know how many
Adrena.
daughters there are.
Mm-hmm.
Could be we had like 3 priestess already, and we are like, all right, you're going to military school. We'll call you Adrenaline.
Oh, we can't just say adrenaline. Adrenalin, yeah.
Adrena.
That H is important.
Adrenalidius.
Okay. She looked over the other party members, her eyes locking on Lucy for a while, before finally shifting over to Bard again. No, sorry, you go first.
I'm trying to make my best first impression, and by looking very strong and bold and confident, though I am in a new territory, and I am not.
Telomere with smile on your actions, young one.
Can I perform? Can I perform to be like badass looking?
Go for it.
Hell
Puff
yeah.
up your chest.
17.
Flex.
Yeah, I'm puffing out my chest under my big beard.
You look pretty impressive. And Adrena
Hey.
just smiles as she looks over to Bard again. You have some interesting companions.
Yeah, they're great. Did you not hear what all the shenanigans we've just pulled?
I've been away.
That's only a taste of what we've been doing in the overworld.
Oh, well, I'm sure Father would love to hear these stories. Come, let us go. She immediately begins marching forward. It's a few of the drow actually take a few steps away as she comes closer because they just don't want to deal with her.
Oh yeah, I can like take off my cloak. I'm safe here and people can know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back, baby! Mother, I'm home!
Wait, you just said I'm back, baby, and then mother, I'm home. What's wrong?
Period. Those were 2 different sentences, bro. I said that like to the army and they'd turn around and close the door and said that into my house. What? You fucking weirdo.
As you
judging
enter
you.
as you enter the house, it's very nice. You see servants rushing back and forth, taking care of things. More than a few actually come over to you, Bard. Some coming over to Sin and the others as well, but mostly over to you, Bard. One in particular. Sir, welcome home. Your bedchamber has been prepared. We've gotten all of your meals ready. Was one other oh, yes. Your brother wished to speak with you. Something about a different city. Apparently there was some trouble with the Driders. They'd infected some of the chapels. He needs a bit of advice.
The bard is like really happy as he's walking around. He's like twirling around. He's like showing off all the different things of the family compound to everyone. But yeah, of course, send him right over to me, or I'll come see him in a moment. It's all right. But we have honored guests. Prepare the best rooms we have for them. Let the city know that they're with us. Let the people know that they're with us. And oh yeah, you might want to let my mother know that they're with us.
She is quite aware, sir. She's already
Good.
sent out someone with us. She wishes to have a word with you. She didn't seem very pleased.
Oh, sounds fantastic. It's Tuesday, isn't it? All right. Barthas, Sin, will you two please at least accompany to my mother? She likes you, Barthas. You're with a good influence, so.
Tuesday, innit?
Of course.
All right.
All right, we'll go announce ourselves. The rest of you, take full pleasure in using all of our facilities. We have, well, clearly we're actually doing way better than the last time I was here. What are our numbers look? I should be asking someone else that. But yeah, feel free to use all of our facilities. My people are your people. If you have any issues, really just find anyone and tell them. They'll be happy to deal with it.
Boogie goes up to Bard. He's like, I don't really know your mom all that well, but I did bake extra cookies, and I was wondering if she might want some. They're mushroom chocolate chip cookies.
You would be very surprised to find out the quote of our house is "House on Leon." Did you bring small cakes? So that's actually perfect. If you guys all want to come along and meet my mother, like. I don't know if that's weird. You just everyone coming to meet my mom, but like, if you want to come meet my mom,
I mean,
she hasn't seen my friend since high school, so.
Well, to be fair, in the Sharkbait tribes, it's always like a tradition that when you befriend someone, you meet in their house, you meet like the whole family kind of thing. But you know, I understand not everybody has that kind of tradition thing.
Actually,
hey,
stretch
man, we're shaking
way.
things up. I look over at the servant. You know what? Call all my siblings over. Tell them we're all having a little. I'm going to introduce you to everyone.
Right, we're gonna have a feast. I mean, that sounds like a good
Lucy's
idea
gonna
to introduce
lean toward
everybody.
Bard and go, I don't suppose you have dwarven ale in this place. Looks quite fancy.
We almost certainly have stolen some dwarven ale from somewhere.
Lucy's
There are
eyes light
Dwargar,
up.
which are
like a
underdwell. There are
Sparkling
Dwargar,
emerald
which are
green.
which are underdark dwarves. So you know, you could.
It's been
Which
a
the
minute
dwarf.
since I've been able to indulge.
Right.
The bard looks at the servant. Prepare a feast. We will have a feast in Sin in everyone's honor. And Boogie, by the way, the kitchens are a couple of levels down. I'm sure you're going to want to go there later. We have grand kitchens here.
Wait, more than one kitchen?
Yeah, we have to feed quite a lot. Do you know how much my sister eats? Have you seen her?
Looks over at his sister. That's fair.
We have to do a lot to avoid feeding her other drow.
Boogie lost
What
his
happened
discipline,
was?
dude.
Straight up is a cannibal.
Hey, look, there were other options. You're the one who ate Johnny.
Look, he was very tasty, and I was very hungry. He was a prisoner anyway. It's not like he was going to get out of
It
there.
wasn't so bad. With enough soy sauce, the illithid was palatable. You could have eaten the illithid.
We both know you
Martha,
do not
just
eat
shit going
illicit
like this.
without barbecuing it very thoroughly first.
How many times are you guys gonna have this argument?
Until he gets it through his thick skull that it wasn't a bad choice.
I'm not the one who ate Johnny, that's all I'm saying.
I know how to play D&D. Never done it before. Flint, I can tell you now. All that you need to know is
to learn from.
yeah, improvise, and that's it. It's just dice rolls and improvise.
Improvise, adapt of a cup.
Okay.
Lucy, in attempt to get on the sister's good side, is going to be like, if you're going to try anything to get through that thick skull, you're not going to have a lot of luck.
Oh, believe me, I've tried for years, but it doesn't work. But
I'm gonna
as
tell Mom no one's being nice to me.
the servant tries to trail off. Sir, about the other siblings, they've been deployed in other cities. I can have them summoned, but it'll take a few days for them to arrive. Your mother has them on for the important business.
Okay, so maybe don't summon all of them. Just summon whoever's here. I'm sure a whole bunch of them are about the halls.
Of course. My apologies.
Summon anyone important. Get Dad. Get some of the cousins. I'm gonna rip this band off real quick. No hesitation.
Okay. Then
No risky decisions, smile.
rushing off.
No records.
Yeah. Another servant though leads you to. It looks like it could have been a throne room at one point, but it's right now. It looks a lot more like some sort of a command center. You see Drow rushing back and forth. You see a few mages that seems to be giving out orders. And one particular individual that looks quite a bit like your sister just sort of shifts up. And I'm going to roll Intimidate.
Ooh.
She just like passively
bad?
intimidate like Sin. That's cool.
She's okay, so that failed poorly.
Sin intimidates her instead.
But she's targeting the
Intimidation.
bard. She's staring at him.
Who is this, by the way?
You're
Yeah,
gonna
Who
get
is
Yours.
intimidating the bard?
This
Oh.
is your mother.
Bard's mother.
She
I'm
tries to look
now
scary.
Super politely, I walk up to her and kiss her hand. Hello, mother. It's been a while. Have you missed me?
She just melts. I'm assuming that's the failed intimidation. Like she's super scary, then melts.
Oh, you can't.
Arthas walks up behind him and hands her the flowers. Hello, I'm so sorry for not coming to deliver them in person last time. We were kind of in a hurry.
Yep, she melts.
I forgot about the
She
flowers.
looks between
Boogie
the
has
two of
cookies
you
on
before
the
just
side.
taking the flowers, putting them down, and
Watch it.
reaching towards the both of you and pulling you in for a very tight hug.
Oh, not the ears. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a lot like what the fuck did I name it?
Drina.
It's a lot like Adrena's hug, where she just squeezes.
Oh my god. I really have been skipping loyalty.
It's good to see you
Bitch,
two
we got
again.
abs.
You should have come back
Always
sooner.
good to see you.
What? I love you too, Bob. It's a long trip.
Eventually, after just squeezing for way too long, she does release and looks over to the others. Who are these friends you brought?
Boogie offers up the cookies.
A
Got
delight!
it, ma'am.
So well mannered. Thank you.
It's no problem.
I suppose I will note that once they entered the building, Sin would have taken her helmet off.
Okay. The helm still has the creepy glowing red eyes, right?
No, it's only when she's wearing them.
Yeah.
Aw, I thought it would be cool if they just did that whenever.
She is smoking
Wait,
though.
so it's a helm, not like a. What is a helm?
The helm
Helm
is
or
like a
helmet?
helmet. Like the helm is like a helmet. The difference being is it's depending like if it's like an armored like bucket or like like a bicycle helmet. Like they're different, but also the
Okay,
same.
because I googled helm and it was showing me like pictures of like pirate ship.
Well,
wheels.
welcome.
Yeah, that's that too. Like a helm is like 50 different things. English
Lucy?
is a stolen language.
Yeah.
Sarah, welcome to the English language. It's cobbled together,
Thank-
and it's like five guys in a trench coat trying to pass by.
No, I'm aware of that, but I'm still learning it. All right, okay, that makes more sense for the item I created. I will. Lucy will take a bow and say, I didn't bring anything to offer you, but thank you for your hospitality.
A dwarf? You sure have.
A special dwarf.
She's really cool, Mom. I swear, she's a way better influence on me than most of my other friends.
Oh, really?
She gets along great with Adrena.
I see.
Yes, we had a bit of a laugh.
Well,
She can also be really scary because she can like summon nightmare demon things. It's really
I
cool.
would never do that here.
By the way,
I-
Mom, I should
Great.
probably formally introduce you. Lucy, Avatar of the Dream Goddess. Kick, Plague Wanderer. You know
That
Barthas
just
very well. Boogie over here is the avatar of... I'm
Talamir.
blanking on his god's name. The Talamir, the god of strength. And I'm sure you've heard quite a lot about her. Sinefay, our Lord and Savior.
Sentishay.
Sintashe, our Savior. And the Holy Prophet of Light. And other cool titles.
bringer of the sky,
Bringer of
raiser of the
freedom.
city. Yeah, bringer of freedom.
I wouldn't know about such grand.
Master of timelines.
Think of me as
Long live and
pal.
prosper.
Protector of the Underdark.
Like everyone's
Someone
going
should
like,
be writing
like
this down. Someone put this on flyers.
One of the servants quickly pulls out the
Lucy.
parchment, begins to scribble it down. Well, you certainly have quite the gang with you. She looks over at Lucy for a while, and she looks back to you, Bob, and there's just this wide smile that forms for a bit before she looks over to Sim. Well, I certainly didn't expect this when I woke up. What brings you all here?
Being away from the Cinephae.
Huh? Problems?
They've overstepped.
The Cinephae are being the Cinephae. I wouldn't know if they've overstepped. Of course, I don't know too much about the extents of what the Cinephae have done. But it sounds like they've been a lot more tame as of late.
Yes, it's been a little concerning, to say the least. Two houses have attempted to tear them down. And, well, the Cinephae proved that it's not exactly so easy, but they've kept to a rather, how to put this, relaxed way of ruling. It's been very strange for the past few 100 years.
To be very honest with you, Mother, that's because this is a whole reboot of the timeline, and a little while ago, they didn't really exist. Neither did you. You're looking fantastic in this timeline, by the way.
Kick, why you gotta
At
make it
least
weird?
40 years younger.
She's gonna look back over to Lucy. Darling, is he been sleeping all right? Is everything okay?
So as far as I know, being the goddess of dreams, he doesn't quite sleep. But he gains his energy through meditation. We did, in fact, have to reset the timeline, yeah? Forgot what my accent sounded like for a second. We got a little nervous. It's been a weird journey. We kind of had to cut a hole in space-time, enter some dreams, reset a timeline.
Ah,
But,
yes. Didn't your
yes.
insides get melted when you summoned Elidius?
Don't mention that in front of his mother.
I'm sorry I haven't come to say hello either. Thank you for taking such good care of this one this time around.
Boogie's like just confused. He does it. I don't know what the. Boogie's just kind of like confused. Like he does this. Yeah, it's got like a whole we got like a whole thing going on. I'm not sure how informed you are, but yeah.
Shouldn't you be doing that less?
Doing what?
The Elidius thing, like he came out and said hi to your mom.
Can I insight what his mom is
Yeah.
feeling when Elidius
Yeah,
comes
you're-
out to see?
You're more than welcome to.
I don't control that.
9.
What?
It's
Oh.
difficult.
Like not at all.
She seems concerned. She's a bit worried about this whole thing, and she's glancing over to some of the others here who are just sort of stopping with their work and looking over as well.
Lucy will
Barthus
stop and
walks
say-
up to.
Oh no, okay. I was just say with it, believe it or not, this is the better of the timelines that we've experienced anyway. So far, I think we're on the right path. And then
Well, as far
So
as
rapid
most of
focus.
us have experienced. Apparently, this has been going on for I don't know how long.
I'm a bit new here. And then she'll look over to Barthas.
Barthas walks even closer to Bard's mother, leans in and says kind of quietly, "Listen, he's fine. Well, the usual fine. He's alright. Trust me. We actually did reset the time. I'll explain it to you over dinner. Alright?"
He made some neat
Are
shoes.
you the fucking son that she wished she had, you motherfucker? How dare you steal my mother's love?
Well,
I don't know, you're gonna have to ask your mother, huh?
Just want to play my music, Mom.
You should have been a doctor.
do I go weird? Do I go really weird?
No, I know what
for
you're
it.
thinking.
You're like
No.
your friend
Roll
here,
for
but
it.
no.
You know,
Play the loot
yeah. Let
instead.
me just roll here, real
I'm
quick.
gonna go use the bathroom while I find out how,
Yeah.
how much my mother loves me.
Let me go get more coffee.
Lie to your mother.
Oh,
She
Wow.
looks over to you, Balthus. Well, it's been a long time since we've had a good dinner together, and I'm pretty sure you've got some curious stories to tell me. Just, are you sure he's alright? I mean, I've heard a few crazy things, but this.
Almost walked back into camera without buttoning my pants.
Oh no.
Damn it, I'm away.
I mean, if it is, then okay. I'm just a bit worried.
she said
I
this
mean,
out
your
loud,
camera
right?
Listen.
isn't like
Wait,
next
what
to
was
the
roll?
edge of the table, so what you're implying is that you could have walked into your camera. I'll leave
Yes.
it at that. One way to brag, bro. Okay, don't boast.
Wait, so she
Weird
says
flex,
that out
but
loud.
okay.
Yeah, she says to Balthus, mostly out loud,
Barthas,
but it's clearly directed to him.
Barthas replies, "Well, again, you ask if he's okay. He's the normal level of okay.
I
Like,
I'm totally
I
not
know.
Define that
standing
as
right
you
here
will.
or anything.
Okay.
Hey, am I wrong?"
Angry Pinker.
Okay. I'm just worried. I mean, you two come back here, and you've got some very lovely companions, and
Thank you, ma'am.
You know how it is. We tried to go on vacation, we chilled out for like 5 minutes, and then had to go save the world, and now we're stuck in this.
I know.
I swear this will all make sense
Okay.
once you hear the full story.
Okay.
Are we having dinner yet? Are we all at the dinner table right now?
No,
still
you're
in
in what's basically
Tactics room.
Yeah.
Can we cut to the dinner?
Boogie walks in with
Eating?
Boogie walks in with a bunch of roasted weird underdark creatures.
Oh,
Boogie.
Lucy's
Cut
got
to
a
the
full
matriarch dropping
dwarven.
her fork. What the fuck?
Lucy's going full dwarf,
to the
like
end.
big turkey leg and just like handfuls of rolls and just. Z is trying to eat a fork and she's like, "Stop it!" Stop.
We
One
cut
of the
right
chefs
to
try
the
to
end
cook-
of the explanation of the entire story, and Barthas is like, "And at the end of this, we still don't have a T-Rex."
Look, okay. So, all right. The T-Rex thing, that's a big problem, and you guys are going to have to go back and get it. But,
Of course.
and what's this about you dating death? Just immediately points over to Bob.
I'm eating mashed potatoes very, very intently.
Like your life depends on it?
Like my life absolutely depends on it.
As
This is a
you're
life and death scenario.
you're funneling in the mash and gravy, you just feel this meaty thud against the side as Adrena just sort of immediately elbows you in the ribs.
Oh, it's gonna bruise.
Hey, generic house!
Ah.
It's a long story, Mom. She's kind of mad at me. We're on a break.
That's what they all say.
Of all the things that you could try and do, I mean, you have a lovely dwarf there. Rather interesting. And you decide to go after a literal god of death.
Sin is smiling widely.
Lucy coughs up her leg, and she's like,
Sin wasn't even considered, it seems.
I mean, you can't date your savior. Just saying.
Yeah.
Arguable.
I mean, you know, I'm the god
gonna
though
say-
that made her the savior, but regardless, actually that would make it weirder. That's a weird
Apparently,
power
you're
dynamic.
beneath me.
when she says that about the dwarf, Lucy's gonna go in his dreams, because dreams. That's it. I've been waiting to say that for a very long time. I thought it was gonna happen in combat.
It still can. That can be your tagline.
That's
the
what I
funny
was
thing
planning
is,
for.
the funny thing
I'm
is,
your worst nightmare.
Bam.
So yeah, it's very complicated, Mom. It's like time and space shenanigans. It's okay. It's fine. Ugh.
you don't. It's not a phase, Mom.
It's a lifestyle.
Complicated. You just, go to the woman and talk to her, have a conversation, and take care of these things.
Don't you? I'm a little busy, Mom. Work keeps me busy.
Work. It's always work with you.
I'm trying to
Trying
save
to
the.
make time for anything else.
When I save the world, Mom, I'm trying to save the world.
This is every
These are
family
lovely-
reunion ever.
These are lovely mashed potatoes, Mrs. Thabard. Thank you.
I
Lucy
love
just
this.
tries to.
I love this so much.
Yeah, actually, Mort, you play a really good angry mom.
I feel like he's.
Of all the things I expected to hear, that's not one of them.
To be fair, I
That
feel like
wasn't on my bingo card.
it sounds like Mort has a lot of experience with incredibly angry mothers who are always expecting too much.
Avoid the dinner table at all fucking costs. Avoid it like the plague.
It's no longer.
Ask me why. This is why I don't come back home.
Talking about that, do you have any idea how long we've waited? It's taking so long to just come back and just have a conversation with us, to just keep us up to date with how you've been doing. But no. You come back after all this time, and I found out you decided to go and try and date a death god who's pissed at you because you don't have the nerve to talk to her properly.
Listen, that wasn't regular him.
I think.
I imagine
think
now's a
that's
bad time to
something
mention the grandchildren.
I'm sorry, what?
So you know magic, like all of it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to have words, young man. We are going to have a lot of long words after this.
I fucking love this whole bit.
Good. And we'll have all the time in the world, cause you know time.
Yeah, also that one.
That's the one I had with Lady Death.
Doesn't that mean that Lucy is grand something?
No, she's the Avatar, so it's barely loosely connected. She's like a great grand cousin
I'm
or something like that.
loosely connected.
Loosely. Gosh, that was painful, but I'll give it to you.
Why are you mad at me? Ted's got like fucking 3 children and 4 grandchildren of his own.
Go back to them and have conversations. Check up on me.
Of course I do.
Mrs. the Bard.
That becomes very interested in the napkins.
Does Bard have any brothers he's not aware of?
flowers. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get some nice flowers? And he went out and collected some for me. What do you bring?
I told him to. It's all my plan, Mom. I swear I'm behind it.
Don't you take credit for someone else's effort, young man.
No, to be fair,
I wrote the
the
letter.
first ones were his idea, and
I
he
don't know
did
where
write
you
the
are on
letter.
the screen, Kick, but Kick has had their hand up.
What was up?
I was gonna do something else, but now that flowers come apart, so I'm gonna out of my bag of holding, start pulling out all the sort of shrubberies and start arranging them, since most likely my plate is empty, since, you know, I don't really need food. So I'm just gonna start arranging them in the sort of array of what I perceive, what I think that would be beautiful to the screaming drow woman.
Oh, stop! What are you doing? I'm gonna start throwing bread rolls at him. What are you? Stop that! Stop!
She looks over. She looks over to Kick.
Shield.
Oh, see, even your friends have the decency to bring me something nice.
You were dead 30 minutes ago. I literally brought you back to life. You gave me the gift of life, and I gave you the gift of life. So technically, we're even.
Are you talking back to me in that tone of voice?
You did not push a human out of your crotch.
I have to get spanked.
While this is going on, Sid's gonna lean over to Adrena and is like, how long do you think this is gonna go on?
Oh, this is going to be carrying on for a good few hours. He's got her quite worked up. Sorry, was there something that you required? They tend to continue for quite some time. We can
End of it.
Yeah, I was just thinking if this is gonna go on for a while, maybe we could spar for a bit. I haven't really been able to
Of course.
spar.
Of course. Let's go. I could use a few good rounds.
At the end of this, they're just gonna be crying and hugging Bard and his mom.
Yeah, it's like, whenever the appropriate moment comes up, Sin will very politely excuse herself.
Kick. Wait, was this conversation had like publicly?
Yeah.
Or
You're basically
very publicly.
You're basically at the dinner table and everything can be heard, but she's just focused on Bard, so she doesn't really notice as Adrena is slowly working her way out here.
yeah, Kick is just sort of like points at Bard and then points at the other people and just sort of waves it off and leaves with them.
God, but my mother.
Handed by my friends.
Oh, it's so good.
If Sin manages to catch Bard's eye as she's leaving, she just gives him a smile and a quick two-finger salute.
He is like there assisting, like he's handing food over, like trying to like calm things down a bit. It's like, well, like he does try his best. He's been real busy, like you know, just like when he gets in on the thing. just like
Barth
calming
is
things
urging
down, like
the
a
other
nice
people.
just a nice calm southerly manner. It's like,
Oh,
well, to be
Barthas
fair,
is urging the other people to leave with his eyes very like intently. Knowing he can't just pop out because she'll notice.
Yeah.
Boogie's like, well, he does do a lot to like help others, and it's like, I mean, it's fair. He should call you more often. Boogie looks at him kind of pointedly. He's like, but he does do his best to help others, and he's a real good fella overall. It's a real interesting journey, like traveling with him, and then Boogie starts pulling up some distraction stories of like how Barthus and Bard and all the rest of the crew have done like wild stuff, but like entertaining stuff. You know what I mean? It's like random stories. The time we burned down a city.
Don't mention the drug trip in the jungle. Don't mention me tripping balls in the jungle.
He mentions Vision Quest, but he doesn't mention drugs.
She
just-
actually focuses on you as you're telling the stories, and she seems to be getting a bit more invested in this. But she occasionally looks over to the bard with very pointed eyes.
Can I help? Can I assist Boogie in this by? Well, first of all, I have to ask you.
Oh.
I can assume that Z, the owl lemur, has a speaker, right? That's how he can like. Make sound.
Sure. You make it.
Making sound effects through the owl.
And not through that. I was gonna be like,
Thank you,
oh,
lemur.
and I have actually a recording of a song that the bard made for you, and just like. Can he just make it up? I'll like nudge Z, and Z's gonna be like, "What?"
Back him
Any
up.
of my
Like,
top
start
10
to make
greatest hits.
sound.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, like
Can
during
that happen?
downtime, the bard.
They're
the
all
bard
about your
plays-
mom.
Toss a coin to your ranger.
Yeah, toss a coin to your ranger. That one was very popular amongst like all the people who are like traveling along.
Burn vampire.
That's how we
burn.
met.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's. Yeah.
Oh,
Don't forget
Toss a
his single.
coin to
You
your
smell
ranger.
like adventure and onion.
That's a good name of a song.
Also, All Star. That one was also just all me. that was just.
It's just All Star from Shrek.
Yeah, it's just straight up Smash Mouth is All Star.
I like how that's from Shrek and not like the band that.
Yeah, it's Smash
no,
Bros. It's like
I like
it's the most-
ska. To me, it's still Smash Mouth, but yeah.
that's so good.
Can that
Or,
happen? Or
and
it's up to you.
I
That's
end
not
the
really like a.
argument.
I'm just trying to assist, like help action for persuasion.
Yeah, but the bard ends his argument with his mom, just plopping down into his chair. Fine, I'll come home for the holidays if that's what makes you happy.
Yes, it would. It'll be nice to have you around.
Fine, I'll
I had a
come
character
home for the
question.
Yeah.
How often are drow holidays?
My-
Because
my
this might be an issue.
I did not think that far.
Drow Holidays wasn't on my
Somebody
bingo
check.
card.
Okay, let's see here. It's probably as long as usual holidays, but like extended for drow lifetimes. So
Do we have extra spooky night?
Well, yeah, like Halloween is like a whole month.
All
Yeah.
your
It's like the
holidays are like
reverse.
Halloween,
But-
except the one that isn't.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
when it's Halloween,
The
they just throw
opposite.
you into the Drider pit. There you go, spooky times. Have fun.
I was thinking their Halloween was like
Driders
sunshine and
in a
rainbows and
maze.
unicorns.
Drive into the maze. Yes, that's what
no.
they do.
Oh,
Those
no.
are reality TV.
It's a reenaction
We
of
watched
some
that for
idiot who went into the library once.
Oh,
Could have been
Yeah, also-
us.
It's also
This is
accompanied by
why
the
the bard was so-
riders in the night.
mhm. Oh,
This
that's
is why
so
Bard
good.
was so smug about the library thing.
He's played this game before.
It's literally a play in his lens. It's like a whole
You
theater.
guys are already legendary.
So good. It's so good.
I hope that Plet Plays is learning a lot.
Okay. So you guys are talking. You make the poor mistake of accepting that you're going to be here on the holidays, and she makes sure that you're going to keep it. Meanwhile, in
In another dimension.
Yeah, in one of the lesser courtyards. And Adrena is just sort of standing there, going over to a nearby weapon rack. Okay. Well, that could have gone better. So, what brings you lot out here?
Well, I can't say the bard was lying about much of any of it. World
Yes,
is ending, we're supposed to fix it somehow. I'm stuck here because I was told to, and now apparently I don't know what I am.
Well, a bit of advice?
Can't be word.
Don't let others decide what you are. Make yourself who you are. Now,
You know, I've been lately.
Sorry.
No, never mind.
No. You talk.
I've been trying that. It's not been working. In at least 3 different cases, it's backfired.
Well, there is the whole if you don't succeed, try again.
3 times.
Some,
I'm stuck with your brother trying to fight a cosmic snake.
well, I'm gonna be honest. It could be worse. He's definitely changed. He used to be a lot worse.
Worse?
Oh yeah.
In what way? Worse is
Ah,
relative.
yes. Getting advice about how someone is from your siblings. They have all the most flattering things to say.
Well,
Don't talk about the pineapples.
there was one incident. I don't know if I should talk about it.
Hey, they made a
was-
deal to not talk about it.
Well, how
But-
old was he?
Well, if I run the numbers by what you surface dwellers go with, 16, 17? Round about there, age-wise, for your kind. Well, let's just say there was a poor choice with a certain priestess, and he's not exactly welcome in some houses after that.
His experimental phase.
She squints. What kind of poor choice? I've yet to see him try to seduce someone.
I learned my
Yeah, because
lesson.
last time.
That is for the best. Let's just say that there's a reason he hasn't.
She'll start laughing. Good. I mean, that's very good. I honestly have no idea what he would have tried to do if he tried to seduce that time dragon.
Well, from what I've seen, just because he can't doesn't mean he won't try.
I will sing you the song of your people.
So you had best stay on your toes. I don't know, maybe surface dwellers have found a way to fix a certain snip, but
I mean, a blade is a blade.
true. So you thought you went full rowboat.
Is that like in this conversation?
Whoa. Is
You're
my...
very robot, yeah.
Your internet
Yeah.
isn't.
My whole internet just glitched out.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah,
Try again?
you're back.
Yeah, sorry, my internet glitched out.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
I said I was liking this conversation less and less.
I will sing you the song of your people.
Let me find something. Just
No snips. I've been a good boy. I've seduced no one.
But did you?
You've done none of the batting of the eyes.
No, I made it very clear I was a storytelling bard.
Toss a coin to your ranger.
what? Yes.
Fantastic.
He has a very clear why. But despite his impulses as a man, he's got a good heart.
Lies and slander.
Lies, slander.
Yeah, he doesn't have a good heart.
Fucking owned.
Yeah,
New
sit and think
friends.
for a moment. I'm not too sure about that. Everywhere he goes, he causes trouble. And, he talks a lot, but a lot of it tends to lead to combat.
Yeah, a lot of it. Fire. If I may be so bold, perhaps the prophet should have a bit of a firmer hand. He has a bit of a history. I'm going off on the rails. I don't really know how his godly state changes that. So he may need
Oh, his
to...
godly state makes it absolutely worse.
Oh, we are all going.
How would you know?
Slander.
Time
Lies.
moves.
Oh.
Bard sneezes wherever he is.
He just sneezes on the under lizard.
Gesundheit. I say in Dwarven.
Well, if that is the case, then perhaps it is time that you took control of the situation.
Mayhaps.
I know this is a little bit old in the way of how it is, in this way of thinking, but, well, us women are in control of things down here for a reason. The men don't exactly have a, how to put this nicely, a long-term plan. They tend to just fall back to using their fists when things don't want to work.
There's Miss McStrongwoman.
She wants to say something, but she closes her mouth, starts nodding.
Are they saying this? Are they doing this while they're sparring?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Where this conversation is kicked? Am I like a referee or something?
Did you follow them to the courtyard?
Yes, I
Okay.
made it a scene of leaving awkwardly.
Yeah, I don't
as
know
I'm
if
a
you
robot.
followed them or if you followed someone else or just wandered around a bit. Okay, so you followed them.
No.
You're listening in on this conversation as you're just sort of standing in one of the corridors overlooking this whole thing as they're exchanging blows.
Okay.
Do you not have something to add, Kick?
No,
Just want to be in the
spying
know.
on people.
Yeah.
I'm sneaky.
Sneaky, robot. Stealth bot. Engage.
So far.
Yeah, Sin seems to be in thought after that point.
She nods a bit, just looking over in case there's anything else. But she does continue to spar for a while longer. Eventually, though, it does come to an end, and as she's putting away the training blade she was using, I care about my brother, but there are times when he goes too far, and someone has to come and put him back in his place. Don't be afraid to do that if it comes to it. He may
Ice. Slander.
He may do things that are not for the better if a firm hand isn't used.
She's not wrong.
Oh, 1 second. Okay. Oh yeah, she'll nod for a bit. Would you say he tends to, I don't think there's quite a word for it. Act before he thinks.
Oh, most of it. There has been quite a few times where he's taken the leap before he's seen how far it is.
And he does so without thinking for even a second.
There are rare occasions where he does things through, but I don't know if the surface has changed him, but he has tended to do it. He does tend to go into a situation and need others to come and pull him out of it before things get completely out of hand. Sometimes he thinks things through, but I'm just saying from what I know about him, what he's done down here, just has a habit of jumping in and not seeing how many sharks there are in the water.
Dude, Underdark sharks must be fucking scary.
They're fucking terrifying.
Cave sharks. Cave sharks.
Rock sharks.
Rock sharks,
Rock sharks, oh gosh, fucking damn it.
The scary thing is they're probably somewhat illithid.
Similar to what?
To
Illithids.
illithids.
Yeah, that's what I expect for this fucking place.
Just hear crunch in the gravel.
Yeah.
Fucking gravel sharks. Not even sand sharks.
Oh, that's amazing.
Alright, get back on to my sister being very drow.
Yeah. Senna seems to have this tendency to pause a lot and think about what she's saying. After another bit, she's like, and Tedrin doesn't seem to help this.
Hey,
No. Look, we all love Tedrin. But... well... He isn't
Partners
wise
in
to
crime.
stay in one place and consider much before he scurries off to do something else. And
I mean,
he
gotta
hasn't...
travel.
Yeah. He hasn't helped the situation particularly much. From what I hear, it's useful. He is useful from what I hear, but it doesn't sound as though he's really helped to temper God's
Temperament.
Recklessness.
recklessness. Yes.
I'm the one who charged into the library. Okay.
Hey, there was a whole play in your culture. Warning you against that, and a Bloodsport event.
Yeah, dude, I'm making a fucking canon now. There's a whole sport and play about it.
It's like a battle royale. They just drop some prisoners in, like from a roof with like a parachute. They don't make it. They don't make it.
Hey, they have to feed the Driders somehow.
Exactly.
It's like Squid Game, but like, you know, the underdog. To be fair, that doesn't sound like at all out of character for Drow.
Yeah, yeah.
The Drow games.
In the end, it is your choice, but I just recommend that you consider things a bit. As I said earlier, there's a reason we are in control of ruling things down here. No offense to them, but they don't exactly tend to have long-term plans that last very well.
Yeah. I can't seem to. I mean, I suppose this brings into question how separate Bard and Elidius is. Because the one has a time loop, and the other one. Well.
Crickets.
From what I've seen, from what I heard during the stories, this Elidius, as you call it, it's a lot like him, merely, well, magnified. A lot of power, a lot of ability, a bit of arrogance, and quick oversight.
You know, I think you're right about that. She'll start walking off to the side, looking for a towel to wipe off the sweat.
One of the servants comes over, offering a drink, offering a towel. Will it be everything, man? We have the towels prepared if you need it.
Man, I haven't had one of those in forever. Yes, please.
Hot springs.
Ah, very
We have
please.
sense.
Follow us.
Hot Spring episode.
She'll thank Adrena for the chat and for the spar. Tell her she'll definitely be thinking about all of this.
She nods a bit before going back to her own practice. No! No! Bang!
No, this is the illicit games. It's different.
Jeez.
I didn't want to disrupt.
Tug of Guar. My poor
Red light, no
Guards,
light.
dude. My poor Guards. They were so kind, so innocent. But yeah, you're led to these very ornate, very large hot springs. Seems like some sort of a natural heating is going on here. Though there are some mages in case you do want it a bit hotter for some reason. God, buddy, you've finally been able to escape the
Torment.
Interrogation.
Interrogation.
the discussion with your mother.
Screaming
I think-
match.
Oh,
I think interrogation is the most appropriate one for that whole situation.
hey, look, okay. She's a strong woman, but she wants to know how the kid is doing. He doesn't
Hey.
call, doesn't show up. He comes back with some strangers and news of grandkids and avoiding a god of guilt that he's trying to date. So she has reason. Dude,
Complicated. It's a long story.
it's complicated, huh? Uh-huh, sure. Very complicated to talk.
I mean-
Lucy, pretty
yeah.
deep in her dwarven ale at this point, is going to be like, so I think we came here to ask something, yeah? And she'll look over toward the bard.
Well, technically, we came here more as a statement. And just so we have a new proper base of operations in which we're safe. Which I assume we are, Mother.
She
You
looks
ruined your
at
mother,
you.
dude.
She looks at you a bit taken aback. Are you implying that I won't keep my family safe?
Oh
You?
boy.
Sure. But
But what?
but I'm still me and not everyone loves me here, so just making sure.
You are under my roof. You are under my protection.
Good. Just want to make sure everyone else heard that. Thank you. Could you do it actually a little louder, just in case, like, brother's name didn't hear?
As you say that, you see that her one eye is just twitching a bit, and you see there is a blood vessel that's about to pop.
Welcome to your new ruling. Queen the Bard. I don't know her name.
The last name is Aliam.
Alianth.
Or Al-Amph, technically.
Yeah.
Alanth. Okay.
Dude.
All right, I trust you, Mom. I'm just saying. Last time I was here, almost 3 times I got stabbed. I would just not like a repeat. I'm tired. You want me to come home? All right, let me have a full night's rest.
Full night's rest. Who was it that decided to sleep not only outside, but on the balcony with no protection? Hmm? You told the servants to leave. And you
Oh, you've got a problem with this. Everything you
incident
do.
where you tried to sleep in the garden.
Nothing I can do will make you happy.
Kick's reactions, it's making me laugh.
Kick feels unnerved. Are you having like flashbacks over there, Kick? Are you okay?
Dude, always use protection, always.
This is a little.
Yeah, it was as soon as the protection was brought up, it felt like you're his mother.
Don't worry, it's fine. Kick has shield. He's always protected.
All right. I promise there will be no shenanigans. Well, we're only here for a moment, and we're leaving. There will be no shenanigans.
No.
For the most part.
I'm practicing safe eating.
Look, we
Leaving?
caution.
Condiments.
Fine.
You don't tell your mother you're leaving.
You just exit quietly
You
out
just
the back
shut
door.
up. You say all of these things, and then you immediately are going to try and leave.
Well, yes, a brother's name needs help in one of the cities. I'm trying to do a revolution here, Mom.
He can send messenger. And if he has a problem with
He
that...
did, and he asked me to come help.
Oh, I'm going to have a few words with
You
him
want
as
to go
well.
be mad at him? I'm just being helpful here. You're always mad at me. I'm running here helping him, running here helping you. Why are you mad at me? Why does he need help? Why is he so incompetent? I'm the one who went to music school. I'm the only one allowed to be competent here. He should not need my help.
She stares at you for quite a while. Everyone out.
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no!
I fill up my mug as full as I can with dwarf nail, and I grab some mashed potatoes in my hands, and I start to leave.
Now you've done it, Bard.
You've never forgiven me for going to music school.
That's not a job befitting a drow king. A drow noble.
After everyone leaves, he reaches over to the side and takes out, it looks like a massive stack of notes and messages and mail, and just tosses them over towards you. Do you know
What's...
how many times I have tried to petition colleges, to petition the universities? Do you have any idea how close we were to getting you into the library? But no, you decide to block it off and be a musician.
He's angry. He's gonna
Music
become a
was my
librarian.
calling. I don't want to read books. I spent all how many other children do you have reading books? Why do I also need to read books?
It's not.
You know what happens to people that read books? I knew a super cool young god. He was named Zeros. He read all the books. You want to know where he is? Not with us anymore. That's why I don't read books.
Oh jeez.
Oh, poor Zeros. Oh,
Kick just feels weird all of a sudden. Doesn't know why.
R.I.P. Wizard Bro.
Alright, you wizard, bro.
There's more to it than reading books.
I'm not a political figure. I blow things up. I cause chaos. I'm not good at
Then why
Great, you-
didn't you at least join the weapon masters? Why didn't you try and join the armies? You could have been useful there. You have skill, you have power, and you waste it playing songs in some back alley surface for petty
doing way
change.
more than that. That's just my day job. I've got other deals I'm working on the side.
Oh jeez.
How long? How long has it been? How long?
Look,
I
God told me to
tried to
follow my
humor
dreams,
this.
and I followed my dreams.
Do you know where he is?
No, you should know where he is, Mrs. Just. How many siblings do I have? You're all angry at me that I'm going around. Where is he? You tell me. Huh? What army do you have him leading right now, or fucking school class you have teaching? Why?
She reaches over to another note and tosses it over to you.
Yo, this is getting deep.
And there's just on it is a it looks like it's some sort of a funeral plaque.
Oh, dude, what the fuck?
Oh damn!
More dropping the
Army of
bomb.
the Undead?
And you wanted me to be what, beside him?
No,
Because that was the path you were going to send me down.
no, I didn't want you beside him. I wanted you better than him. I wanted you to just listen to reason. Do you know where he died?
Where?
Sinifei burned the city that he was in. Because he tried to get in their way and cause trouble. He tried to follow his dreams. You see where that leads? Think of this.
Difference.
I can't keep saving you from anything anymore. If you keep going like this, the Sinifei are well within their right to kill you. You understand that? And not just down here. You continue hunting after your dreams like this, and you'll end up like him. Maybe not here. Maybe you'll end up dead on some back alley on the surface.
Only I was so lucky. Okay, I understand what you're saying. You're not wrong. But there are other things at play here than just me. If you can't tell by my companions, and by the fact that I do take these absolutely insane actions, it's because it's all part of a greater plan, of greater forces that, to be honest, even I don't have much control over.
Why are you getting involved in something that is beyond you like this?
Because while I'm your son, unfortunately, I also happen to be a little more. Magic is a finicky thing.
Look, I just... No, it's...
Listen, we've had this conversation more times than you think, and unfortunately, we do keep on having this conversation because you're not wrong, but you have to trust the process. You have to trust that it might seem that I'm crazy and this might seem like a wild dream, but to be very honest, if I fail, if I don't succeed, the problems that we have now are going to be kind of smaller in comparison. The Sinifei, for all their might and power and men and just sheer numbers, doesn't mean much to the gods. And the gods have taken unfortunate interest in everything.
You know what the Sinifei are doing.
To be honest, no, not entirely. But to be furtherly honest, it doesn't matter. All of this charade that you see going on is all to avoid unnecessary damnation, which is what you guys will go through if everything does not play out well. Any one of my group right now could end this place. And on top of that, there's forces above us who are... I flick on Divine Magic for a moment. How close is he?
Who? Which one?
Any of them, honestly. But
okay.
how close is Dad?
You see Telthor seems to be hanging from a nearby balcony, just sort of looking around. He's glancing over to you, but he's nearby and he's not really paying too much attention. But you also spot that there is a lot of divine energy in here as well. And there's a lot
What type of divine energy?
It seems like it's a mix of different types, but the dominant ones here seems to be mostly... fuck, I need to open this thing again. It's mostly Chronok, Kiraj, and if this thing would open up, I can tell you the third one.
Why has every situation gotta get a little worse?
Just cause Mort.
Yeah, just because of me. But yeah. It's mostly Chronok, Kiraj, and Nazir.
Nazimir.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's this fucker here? Does he like me? I don't know. Great.
Which one's Nazimir?
Order.
Order.
Yes, he loves us.
Wait, he's here with Courage?
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I look back at the matriarch Alant. Oh, yeah. Actually, it's a little worse than I just thought. There's actually so much godly interference going on right now. You're just gonna have to trust me. We're gonna be honest. I might be wild. I might be reckless. Have I been wrong? No one likes my methods, but has what I've delivered, has it at any time been bad?
No, but it's no.
I'll be safer, I promise.
Good.
Not only will I be safer, you don't understand, I am safer now.
He has shield spell, yes.
Considerably safer.
Look, I'm worried about you. This is a lot of chaos that you're getting into. It's a lot of trouble. I just want you to
be honest, you saved me most of it by taking over mostly Underdark for us. I really do appreciate that.
It's not a fair request to the person.
That whole thing, all set into motion by my group. We're working with forces that are pretty up there.
All right, just take care of yourself.
I always do, and I promise we'll be back. I'll check in regularly.
Good.
Well, soon. To be honest, you're going to be up top with me. That is the reason why Sin is here and your guys' savior. She holds the power to save us all. I mean, I've gotten around it, but not the rest of you.
Lucy the whole time was just been outside the door with her empty mug.
One of the servants comes
Listening.
over to Lucy. Matt, is everything all right?
Your
Mic
mic
went
just
off.
cut out.
Yes, I take a refill, please.
Ah, yes, of course. And they reached towards the cup to go and get a refill.
But I'm just listening intently to the whole conversation.
Look, okay. Be honest with me here. What are the odds? What are the odds you'll pull through this?
Define what you mean to me.
Don't give me that. How likely are you to survive this wave?
To be honest, we all have a 50-50 chance. Not just me, not just you, not just the gods. Our existence has a 50-50 chance. I don't know fully how this will play out.
Go, before I change my mind.
I'd bow and kiss her hand again. Thank you. I know I don't come around enough, and I know I don't say it enough, but I do appreciate all that you've done. And if all works out down here, you'll at least be able to reap the rewards sooner than me.
We'll see. As long as you're safe, it's alright.
Well, so hopefully everyone will be safe. Safe-ish.
Enough.
But safe enough. He says as he bows and walks out, opening the door right into Lucy.
Not like just beer, like ale spills all over. How'd it go? Yeah, how'd it go?
Well, my mother. We have my mother's backing. She'll. Everything's all right here.
She gonna take over when we kill the Cinephae. I heard that's what's going on.
If it comes to that, she'll have our backs. The rest of my family and everyone else, that's a work in progress. We're working on that.
I definitely wasn't listening at all, but I will say it's okay to follow your dreams. I follow mine.
You would know, wouldn't you?
Yeah, just a friendly piece. That's all.
Well, let's hope I have a couple less dreams of fire and brimstone, and a couple more of the world surviving.
I think that's gonna take a bit of work, but I'll see what I can do. Got you guys.
Oh yeah,
back
you're
as
kind of
well.
in charge of that.
But I got you guys back as well. However, I can be of help. I was sent here by Latanta for a reason. Just waiting for the moment.
Always reasons. We should find the others, and now that we're situated, probably go speak to Aradina. The thing we were supposed to do today.
Can I have a mug to go? You guys got the steins at the top.
Snap my finger at a guard, servant.
Yes, of course, man. We'll be right with you.
Thank you. I do have to say, I miss being a noble sometimes. Tents are not nearly as comfortable.
Definitely has its perks, yeah.
Okay.
I'm adding a stein to my.
Okay. So soon enough, the servant returns with your mug to go.
Fuck yeah.
What does the rest of you do? You've got some time. Sim's just enjoying a good time in the hot spring.
She nearly falls asleep at one point.
One of the servants comes over to offer a massage.
Hell yeah. She's not gonna get this opportunity ever again.
Ma'am, you're so stressed. What might be the problem? Starts like therapy.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
Physical therapy.
Alright. It's all up to her at that point. He's just here to help her. Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
Just for...
Any other plans? Any other plots? You guys gonna meet up? You guys gonna run around?
So I must ask the question.
Dina was.
Do you think it would be a good time now to do the whole like boogie burning the?
No, do it in the astral. Do
Yeah,
it in the
okay.
astral.
Okay.
The thing we're supposed to do today.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to go. Yeah.
What do you think you said? I was like, did anyone else catch that?
Yeah. Just, yeah.
It's gonna be the name of my metal album.
Wait.
Okay. Eventually, you guys finish up, got a nice massage and everything, and you decide to head out to Eridina, popping into the astral. A very concerning sight reaching you as a titanic library is just there. You see billions of books and just floating around. You see raw text in the air, seems to be shifting from page to page. These two rather bizarre looking constructs standing at the front entrance. They seem humanoid, but you can't really tell what they are.
Wow, you really like to work on this place.
Are we all there? How did we get here? Sorry.
No,
I missed that.
no worries. I'm assuming that the bard just sort of collected you all and brought you there.
Okay.
Ted has to do the teleportation. I just direct. No using my powers.
Navigator and pilot.
Okay.
Be like,
So
whoa.
Ted runs around and collects you guys, transporting you to this massive library. One of the golems looking over to you. She was wondering when you'd show.
I brought a gift.
Very well. You may enter.
Howdy. Boogie says as we enter. It's just like,
The other
Books
golem
on-
just gives a short nod to Boogie.
Book's on Boogie's thing. He's just gonna be like, smile and wave.
It doesn't take long till you guys find Erudina. She is sitting at, it looks like it could be some sort of table. It's kind of tricky. It's just the top is there, manifested and just floating. And these words floating around in the air around her. And she seems to just be plucking them and moving them in place before moving on to something else. Stopping only slightly to look up to you. Yes? What do you want?
Hello, my dear. We've come to with some questions.
Of course you do. Good night, Flip. Thanks for popping in. We're almost finished. Of course you did. You know, just because I'm here doesn't mean you can just pop in whenever you damn well feel like it to ask me anything.
To be fair, to you this is not the first time that we've popped in, but to us it is.
I hate you. What do you want to know?
A couple of things. Sin, did you have a list? Oh, by the way, Sin! You're the Avatar of Death, are you aware of this? Oh, it's great to be back in the action. Okay, so yes. Yeah.
Times
He's the what now?
She was reaching into her backpack to pull out the list when he said that, and she's like, the fuck?
Can I go over to her and do the head flick thingy that I do?
You can?
Well, we know I don't think about things.
Okay. Alright. Sin,
Here's a little kickstart.
roll me wisdom.
Oh boy. Just flat
no.
wisdom.
Yeah, no, a wisdom sin. Wow, jeez, okay.
Oh,
Dang.
what?
Um,
Oh, alright.
Good.
okay.
Fantastic.
He flicks you and you stumble back a bit as everything seems out of place for a moment. Before you feel this rush of this raw power that just flooding through you. And just looking over to the side, you see it looks like it's a very nice looking flower actually. But it's under your gaze, it just seems to wither and decay very rapidly. You feel the essence of death just flowing through your veins, but as you feel it, you feel something else. You feel something that shouldn't be there. It's like the opposite, just sort of scratching the back of your mind as you're drawing on this power. Thanks, Vega. You feel incredibly powerful and dangerous and empty. The more you think of this, the more you start to realize that all this power, it puts everything in a bit of perspective, that nothing really survives. Nothing's really worth it. Everything dies, everything decays. Time, gods, it's all going to end. One point or another.
Nothing really matters. Anyone can see.
Sin is
Nothing
staring off into space.
matters.
And you hear in the back of your head Giltone's voice. I was hoping to avoid you fully realizing that you mortals don't exactly seem to take entropy too well.
Sin, you there?
Yep. Checking something.
Sin is having an existential crisis.
When isn't she?
Surprisingly, she's not.
Huh. For the first time in forever.
Freddie Mercury to Frozen.
Yeah, she doesn't respond to the voice. She's just standing there, going over all the things that she can do. Does she realize where it's come from?
Do me. I can make you a deal. You can either roll me a wisdom check again, or I can have you realize at the cost of something.
What kind of something?
Do it.
Well,
Just make a deal with the DM. It's not like, selling your soul or anything. Oh wait, your character has done that for like 3 things.
You do
now.
not understand how many times Sin has been given a deal, either in or out of character.
Yeah. Listen, at this point, Sin is in like so much soul debt.
okay. So,
She's half vampire.
Just half
apparently
everything.
she's lost a bit of her soul, so yeah. She's currently in a deficit.
She's half angel as a racial thing. Now she's part vampire. She's also the avatar of the goddess of death. She also owes her soul to an evil death knife. So
She doesn't owe her soul to the death knife. But the death knife wants things.
that's concerning. Look, the death knife is concerning, and we should all be concerned about the death knife.
I would like to start asking questions about the death knife soon. Where is that little bastard?
Yeah. I suppose from you guys' perspective, still in the astral, Sin has pulled out the list, but she's currently just staring into space.
okay.
Oops, I might have flicked her a little too hard.
Yeah. So, it's either you can roll or you can get that. But as you're considering that, there's this squeal.
Wait, what is this snippet? Is this what she could know?
Yeah,
If she
it's the
sacrificed something?
no. This is the other side of it. You'll know where your power is coming from, but you'll also know this.
Hmm.
Question is, do you want this Kno leg?
Mhm. As you're contemplating that, though, Bard,
Whoa.
you feel this sudden drain, this draw on the astral, and a very excited little squeal coming from Knifey.
Oh no.
I told you she tasted tearing the universe, and now she.
What? Can you please explain what this little bugger is?
Lock it up!
Okay, it's locked up. What is it?
That is.
What's inside?
Lock it up, throw it out. No, I'm not talking. Well, that thing is here.
Wow, what thing is where?
That's Knifey. He can't do anything. He's under so many locks right now. Noted, we won't let him go.
Get out! Get out! 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 Now!
Get out!
What? I just said
Out!
we won't
Get
let him
rid!
go.
Get out!
Sin, can you put your knife in your bag or something?
Alright. I'll just roll for it.
Damn you!
There. What does that mean?
You have an idea of where your power is coming from? Just sort of getting some flashbacks of when the anvil was broken and some of those fumes reached and you breathed in before Vaisha just snatched you away. But it can't be that. Could it?
Alright. Okay, so that happens. And she comes back to reality. To Eradina screaming.
Oh, goes grab.
Get it out! Now!
Wait, what's going on?
That knife. She really does not like Knifey.
Yeah, she's real upset about the knife.
As you're talking, she seems to be waving her hands and just massive, thick walls of astral energy is gathering together. If you don't get rid of it, I am throwing you out.
How can we get rid of it?
Hand it to me. Hand it to me.
You'll tell us what it is if we get it out.
Yes, just get out here now.
Get out!
She hands Knifey to Bard.
Oh boy. Okay. Oh boy. Bard, buddy, my pal, my dude.
She didn't hand it to Bart. She handed it to me.
Well, it is, I guess.
Oh no.
You
Am I holding the power of anime?
you reach onto the knife and there's a loud, thunderous screech that comes from it. And you take 12 thunder damage as Knifey just doesn't accept you.
Allow for me.
I'm the most
Can I-
murderous person here.
Let
Can I
me go!
Can I see if my powers work in the astral? Do they? If I try to make a dream bubble around Knifey to contain her?
Sure.
I was gonna drop him into the astral and just have him be somewhere else in a tightly enclosed little bubble where he can't do anything or absorb anything in a different part of the astral. Because I can do that.
Or that works.
She wants him gone, he's gone. Also, he's a dick and doesn't like me. So he's just over there for now.
So he's teleported away safely-ish. Yeah, it stings.
You want to give me answers? What is that? Who is that?
You brought that thing here. You have no idea what it is. No.
That's why we came here to ask.
You don't want to use it. I don't. None of you have used it, right?
Define using it.
Oh no. Well, this is a big problem.
What is it?
I am going to cut it here, as we are well over time. And I'm just going to leave you guys with the realization that even the God of Knowledge doesn't know who's used it.
Don't use it, I want to know what's inside.
You'll have to find out next time. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching.
Next up.
I hope that you all enjoyed. I am sorry, this one went on a bit longer and I got a bit sidetracked because I just had the free opportunity to use family to torment the bard. And it's just, hey.
We use finally, bro. How about we do something else?
I've had a lot of various torment. I haven't gotten the chance to use family yet. I'm very satisfied. But yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. I'm not sure what I'm doing tomorrow. Oh, I'm not doing anything tomorrow. I am flying tomorrow. So I will see you all whenever I pop back on. Until then, take care and have a lovely evening, friend.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.